good day and good evening, because that's the time where I am, and welcome to Tea Time with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Hey Archibasta, hey Shurakai, hey Losi, hey Gazel, hey Aradel, hey Cat Damon, hey Shurakai, again, whoops, hey Cole, and hey Bob. I hope you're all doing very well. So, just in case you... And hey Matthew, hope you're doing well as well. If you're curious what Tea Time is, this is a kind of stream where I'm not going to be running content myself. It is just going to be us talking about... Well, if you have any questions about basically anything in Final Fantasy XIV, this can often give me a great avenue to explain it in detail for you. You might then argue that there's tea time every stream, given the breaks there or something sometimes are, but well, that happens. But beyond that, we also review clips. So if you've posted a clip on the Discord community server, then we will look at those. Generally, the rule is like you can post a clip of yourself doing something. Doesn't have to be Final Fantasy XIV, but if it isn't Final Fantasy XIV, then I'll be much more likely to go, can I find a point in, like, can I say anything about this, right? So, and then there's also the part that if you want to be sure to get the most value out of me reviewing your clip, it helps a lot if you tell me what we're looking for. Like if you post a expert roulette, if you say, oh, this is me tanking, I haven't tanked a lot, I'm not really confident about how I'm using my defensive cooldowns on trash packs, then I'm not going to spend very much time on the bosses. I'm going to spend a lot of time on seeing if you're doing your defensive cooldowns right. But if you don't say anything, then I'll be like... Then I'll try and give you like a broad strokes overview of what you could do better, because I have no idea what you're looking for, right? So, yeah. If you want me to review your clips, then you can post clips in the Clips Review channel on the community Discord. Or the Community Discord, you could even say. I should change that. And then eventually I'll be able to check it. We actually have a lot of clips today. The general rule here is that I will try to, when we're reviewing clips, I'll try to prioritize the clips from people that are here, so that you have a chance of seeing like the feedback for your clip specifically. Yeah, also, hey kids and Echo, I hope you're doing well. Archibuster says Kai solos tea during tea time. Actually, I just want to mention that it might not be very clear, but this is like half a liter of tea. That's what I bring. It actually also can, if I can... I don't think I can angle this right without pouring tea on my keyboard, but it actually says... It actually says wow tea on it in Danish. So it's very tea. It's always time, but for a tea, absolutely. Yeah, exactly, Shurakai. It's chill time and more Kai lectures. Yeah, you can get some tea yourself. You can also get coffee or whatever you like. Teaception. Also, speaking of lecture, some of you, maybe all of you, but some of you, I'm sure, watched the video I put out yesterday, and I made a very incorrect claim about legacy controls in that clip. And the interesting thing is that this happens a lot for me at the moment, where I do my due diligence of trying to research something to make like a proper video, and I reach the conclusion that it's like this. I'm pretty confident it's like this. But the most effective way to be told the truth is by claiming something that is false. Because I can guarantee you that people will tell you that you're wrong in the comments. Wow. Also, hey Shiro, hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, Merfolk. Those memberships hit like 5 exact people that I was like, oh yeah, I guess their memberships ran out. That's like the sniper shotgun of memberships. Also, hey Emir, hope you're doing well. And hey Sin, hope you're doing well as well. So the claim that I'm talking about here is that I just wanted to cover this now before I forget later. The claim is you can turn your character in the middle of a cast if you are on standard controls. This is very, very easy. Exactly, Matthew. The fastest way to find the correct answer to a question on the internet is to be wrong on the internet. Basically. Murfolk says, how is Shiro dodging all the memberships? So, I can explain that. I guess you maybe have missed the explanation. If your YouTube account that you're watching this stream with, or the channel with, I learned today that the qualifying requirement to get a membership ultimately is have viewed channel's content recently, which means you don't even have to have watched a stream, assuming that there are no stream watchers to get a membership from the gifted. So that is the only requirement to get a membership. However, if you are on a brand account, then you cannot receive a gifted membership. And you can't. Like, you just cannot. And Shiro is on a brand account. I'm also, right this moment, for anyone curious, I'm also on a brand account right now. So, hypothetically, if you found me in someone else's live stream, you would also not have been able to gift me a membership. Yeah. That's how that works, apparently. And apparently the only qualifying requirement is have watched something on the channel. Hey Neko, hope you're doing well. And don't worry about it, Merfolk. The thing is, I'm sure you're not the first or the last one to run into this confusion, because YouTube doesn't explain this. As in, does not explain this. Period. Hey BSR, hope you're doing well. I believe we had to look into like videos on YouTube where people had discovered it. I think we had one of those bots on the last stream or one last week, but I also deleted that one. Right, so the claim that I was talking about. In the video I say, yeah, so the Inori Yuzuriha, we are 99% sure are bots. Because they just say like a repeated message. You may have seen these before. They just list a bunch of channels. I don't know what their purpose is exactly, but just as like a blanket statement, I will typically remove messages from bots, just in general, assuming it's not my bot. But I don't think I have a bot in the chat. I don't have a night bot, at least not yet. Did I say hello to BSR? Anyway, hope you're doing well. And hey Sip and hey Angel, I hope you're doing well. Your guardian says I'm a bot. Bleep bloop. That doesn't sound like something a bot would say. Hey Malice, hope you're doing well as well. Right. So let me finish on this thought about casting. So in the video I say, when you're on standard controls, you can actually turn your character in the middle of a cast, like so. On legacy controls, the claim then is, you can't do that, right? Except you can. It's just really, really weird. So I got presented 2 ways you can turn your character mid-cast on legacy controls. The first one is when you go into first-person mode, turning actually turns your character. In this particular case, if you turn with right-click, it turns your character. If you turn with left-click, because it's first-person, it's it's going to face you back where you're facing. So if you're in this mode, you can turn, and the reason I'm demonstrating it like this is because if you're not looking at the target, then of course your cast fails if you're not close enough. Right, so there's another way you can do it. If I hold S, right, I hold S to walk this way, but also both mouse buttons to walk this way, simultaneously, now I can turn, which means I can turn. Right, I just wanted to just take a moment to highlight this. I did not know, it did not occur to me that those were options. Like, I had never considered that you could do it like that. Both of those are really outlandish. Anyway, what that of course means is that that particular unique benefit of standard controls is that it is easier on standard controls, just like how running towards your camera is easier on legacy controls and stuff like that. Just wanted to highlight that. We are all bots now. Shiro says YouTube, default to top chat to filter out the bots. Also YouTube displays bot messages anyway. I don't know what top chat even means. All I know is if you're not set to live chat, then there are messages that will not appear. And I don't know how it determines that. Like, I can see the benefit if you're like, you have like 1,000 people watching and they're all like just going speed and you have no idea what you're reading because it's just flying by. Then by using top chat, maybe you only get 1/10 of that, so the chat only goes like kind of fast, so you can actually see something. Like, then I can see the benefit, because the alternative is you don't read anything, right? Like, then there's some value to it. But I always set it to live chat so I can actually see everyone. And you will of course have to kind of take my word for it, because I don't have one of those like live embedded feeds on the stream. I have considered doing this. I just haven't really found the time to do it. Hey Rust, hope you're doing well. Merfolk says some of those bots may be stolen accounts and that's why they're not filled out maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what the purpose of those bots are. The bot that just came in a few minutes ago that I blocked was basically what it does is it just gives a list of channels that it has checked recently, allegedly. And then like it basically says, I checked this and this and this and this and this channel, and then the algorithm led me to you. Or something like that. The weird part is that it is clearly just nonsense, because I have actually experienced it going, so I visited Zebla and Zeno and like Azurite or something, and Kai, Caetsu Chaiji CH, and then I checked, I don't know, Alpha Rad, and then I came to your channel, and I'm sitting there like, you didn't say anything the first time you came by, so what gives? Oh my god, guys, so that content creator's good. But like it's kind of nonsense. I don't know who makes these bots, but like the logical explanation is that it's sort of indirectly like cross-pollinating channels, if that makes sense. Like, by it just listing channels Yeah, exactly, man. Basically, that's what it says. Exactly with the YouTubes with a Z. So like that's the best I can guess, but I don't know who would be interested in that. The thing is, those bots that do this usually have some name that isn't important. Like I've seen one of them actually be like just straight up and be named Yustola or Alphino or Yuna or something. So like those are usually not like advertisement names, but the weird trick that I have seen bots do, it's been a long time since I've seen one of these, but the bots that send really dubious links, the bad advertisement ones, their trick, if you're curious, if you don't block links in your chat, then they will just straight up, there will be bots posting a link to something in the chat. That's why you cannot post links in my videos or my streams. If you post a link in the stream, nothing happens. Your message just gets eaten, gone. I don't even get to see it. If you post a link in a comment on one of my videos, it gets grabbed by the spam filter and the swear filter, and then I can go in and find it later. But the thing is, I don't get told that the filter grabbed something, so maybe I won't check that for a few days, and then I'll see, oh, you actually left a nice message. And then I have to like accept it, accept it. Kind of the thing is, if you do that, then I also have to like make the determination whether I think that link is reasonable to have. Like, for example, links to all sorts of not directly relevant videos might not be appropriate to post in a comment section, and links to all sorts of other websites might not be appropriate to post in a comment section. So that's also part of the consideration. So generally, it's just tip for commenting on YouTube videos, rather than leave a link to something. Explain what it is and perhaps how you would find it, because I could imagine most channels have a link filter like that. And yeah, exactly, Shiro. The channels it mentions tend to be rather big, so it doesn't really make much sense. Yeah, he says, "Hi guy, I checked your channel, and then I somehow ended up here. Incredible." It also sometimes mentions Asmongold. That's true. That guy's a person really likes pink, and that's a cozy voice. Thank you. You should check him out, guy. It just, oh, I should check that channel. Just opens my stream on my stream. Could you imagine? The message is tasty? I don't know. I clicked on this live stream on my subs page and it brought me to Guy's stream. Bob says, how cold is it in Denmark, where I live in Sweden? It's cold enough to significantly decrease blood flow to my fingers after being outside without gloves for 1 minute. I could imagine so. On my screen right here, where it says the temperature outside, it says -2 Celsius, and there's also snow outside. There's been a snowstorm just like yesterday, I think. Yesterday night or something like that. Yeah, so it's very cold. Hey Traverse, hope you're doing well. I'm doing well. Let me see, there was also some other questions. Cat Damon says, have you tried casting spells while running into a corner? I find it weird. How do you mean? How do you mean? And just to respond to Yumi on this, the chat overlay thing isn't a case of I'm not doing it. It's just a case of I considered doing it like a year ago, and then like 3 months. Like I had actually like a link that I had bookmarked or something, or had like maybe I had even had it open for like months just to not close it, that like could produce exactly the overlay that I wanted, or the chat thing that I wanted. But I wasn't sure if I wanted it, and then like eventually I was like, I don't think I'll use this. Closed it without saving, And then, like, a week later, I was like, but on the other hand... So now I would have to sit down and make it again. But it's not that I haven't, like, that I'm not doing it, it's just I need to find time to do it. You know, in other news, really unfortunate situation for Bob that their name is so long that we can't even see their membership gem. It just goes off screen. Minus 20. That yeah, you should. I think Rust. I suggest wearing gloves. Like, just, you know, general recommendation. Consider gloves. And maybe a jacket, or at least a sweater. Nice 40, minus 40. Ah, yes. So I came home from work, and then my family had to bring out pickaxes to unthaw me from this ice cube that I turned into on the way from the car. Running into a corner counts as standing still. I mean, like this? That's that's some weird tech. You can't actually do this with oh, you can kind of do this on standard, but it's a lot harder. Try it with heals. Well, yeah, heals, you don't have to look at your target. There's a lot of weirdness with phasing. Watch this. So you can obviously not finish a cast if you're not looking at your target, unless you're close enough that it doesn't care. Then yeah, you can both be not looking at something and also looking at it. This is a Schrödinger's gaze mechanic or something. I don't know. That's me in the corner. You might be wondering how I got here. An interesting thing to also consider is, and this is actually something... Yeah, big hitboxes. Big hitboxes, if you just stand in them, then it works. What do you mean, Ajibuster? This could you maintain cast YouTube? Oh, that is an incredible amount of weird phone correction or something. So yeah, it's a weird tech that you can just stand inside mobs and do this, but you don't need it like 99% of the time. What fights would you need this on? Like, one example comes to mind. The first boss in World of Darkness. You could do this. Counterpoint. Usually the boss casts the gaze when there are hourglasses in the arena that you're supposed to be attacking. So you could also just completely circumvent this mechanic by doing the mechanic. Which I know is absolutely shocking. You lose DPS uptime on the boss and everything. But at least you don't die. Oh, right. A common complaint that that people bring up in regards to standard controls is that they hate the fact that when you press an attack of any kind, it has this like yoink where it just grabs the facing of your character and points it in that direction, so your pathing gets janked up. However, there are two ways to circumvent this. The first one, which I subscribe to, is just if you're queuing an attack of some kind. I'm using a casted spell so that I don't actually attack. But you can, if you do this mid-jump, you can just readjust your facing mid-air by wiggling your camera. So you can completely circumvent this problem. The other solution is, now, a lot of people don't realize that this is actually an option, but you can flat out just choose to not have the game turn to face enemies when you press an attack. Which means that you can run around as you please on standard controls without it janking up your movement. However, what's going to happen instead is you're going to fail a lot of casts because you're not looking in the right direction. From what I can tell, it doesn't allow you to start a cast unless you're in like the 60 or even 90 degree cone in front of you, even though it seems to accept the cast if you just if the mob is just generally in front of you. So it's just, I don't recommend it, but there are ways about these things. Fun fact. Let's see. Cheers is a bit that has something to do with the line of sight logic freaking out when hitboxes clip each other, like Behemoth's meteor's not working when inside him. Oh yeah, true, if the meteors are under him because the actual hitbox of the meteor is presumably bigger than him. Or the start location of the meteors, you could say even. Right, so Agibuster says, could you maintain cast uptime during Pyretic? If I remember correctly, because Pyretic is really janky in a way, it's completely obvious once you know how it works. But the thing is, in the content where Pyretic appears, you're typically not so hurt for time that you need to play around it in fancy ways. Pyretic hurts you every time you move, every time you auto-attack, as far as I know, and every time you start a cast and finish a cast. Incidentally, all of these things are also considered moving for the opposite effect called deep freeze, as in you have to be doing something to not get frozen. If you're auto-attacking, or moving, or jumping, or casting, more particularly, starting a cast or finishing a cast right when it lands, then you're good. So I'm pretty sure this is the thing. The problem is that because Pyretic usually lasts long enough for a full GCD, I think the closest you could get is if you let's say that you start casting Despair, and I say Despair because if you don't have a huge amount of spell speed, then it is 3 seconds. Then you might be able to only get hit by 1 or 2 hits of Pyretic, but you probably don't want to get hit by even 1, right? So I don't know exactly because I haven't ever needed to greed that much, and you know me, I like to greed. BSR adds, you could use it in P8S when the snakes appear. I think there was also someone else that mentioned that on the video yesterday. I think they also mentioned one other thing. Hyapin says, do you really need to do the hourglass mechanic? Well, not everyone needs to do it, with the keyword being needs to do it. I think it is pretty common knowledge that it is not common knowledge how that mechanic even works in World of Darkness. I think I've explained it before, but, share the wealth, am I right? So, the hourglass mechanic in World of Darkness The way that it works on the first boss is you will see that the hourglasses appear at the same time as that, like, a quadrant of the arena becomes gray, and it, like, moves, and there's, like, this, you know, old school Final Fantasy glove pointing there and everything, and it moves around the arena. The way that this mechanic works is after a set amount of time, it stops spinning, glows, and immediately kills everyone in the quadrant that the gray thing is covering. The thing is, it happens so quickly that you cannot react to it. It's like, what's it called? Dancing, musical chairs, and you just have to know where you're supposed to stand and not supposed to stand. But if you kill the hourglasses, when the last hourglass dies, the gray thing stops moving, starts glowing, and gives you like a good 5 or more seconds to casually stroll out of it, so no one dies. But technically, not everyone in the raid has to actually kill the hourglasses to kill them in time. Just like how you technically don't have to have everyone focus the ads in that fight, but I mean, all eyes on me, the attack they cast, if you ignore them, does like 40% of everyone's HP and damage each, and there's 2 of them, so if you've ever wiped on that boss, there's a reasonable chance it's because people didn't kill the ads. Yeah, exactly, Murphy. The best way to avoid the mechanic is doing it. Incredible. Right, Algebasta says, I think I meant deep freeze. I think... I'm going to guess here, Algebasta, that the game qualifies moving as changing your coordinates. That is the reason why running into a corner doesn't stop your cast. Because technically your coordinates are not changing, so as far as the game is concerned, you're not moving. So if you're not moving, then Deep Freeze wouldn't consider that movement. This is also part of the reason why I advise against jumping as a counter to Deep Freeze. Because if you have to be always moving for Deep Freeze to not tag you, every time I land on my feet, there's a few frames where I'm standing still. And if Deep Freeze checks whether I was moving in that specific moment, then I get frozen. So it's just safer to move. The only time you would not be running, or walking even, that would also qualify, is if for some reason you have to stand there. Like maybe you have clock positions for a mechanic in a savage fight. Then we can't have that everyone's just running around like headless chickens to avoid getting deep frozen, right? I can see that. But it makes sense to run around if it's safe. Also that, Shiro, it's quite weird that that it is like that it's kind of like a 2D, 3D game. 11 says, do our enemies see a cone AoE when we cast? You just see, like, Machinist just uses flamethrower and like a savage style telegraph that happens so quickly that you can't even avoid it, happens, and then you just start taking damage. Let's see. Did I miss anything particular? I don't think I did. Sorry about your internet, Angel. Fisherman says, have you seen the ranged LB tech for aiming to the side of something with outer face target off? I have not. But that is very interesting. I'm guessing it's because my guess is that you can that maybe you can angle it in a specific way so that you're not looking at something while also looking enough at it. It's very strange. I have not heard about this. Shears is pretty sure the walls in content where Pyretic appears, or Deep Freeze, also will kill you most of the time. I see Seed of Sacrifice. Yes, that kills you. Cat Damon says, from what I've seen from Tuesday's stream, you are not in fact a greedy player. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure the week before that, we did Expert Roulette, where I said greed while casually moving my way out of an AoE in Expert Roulette. And I'm pretty sure I said greed like 4 times. So, yeah. I'm not actually a greedy player, like, most of the time. The closest I get to greed is that I'm like, I know I can make this, so I'll just carefully make this. I'm not the black mage that stands in the AoEs. Gazel says, have you ever had trouble spotting a Lala tank? I never realized that because of focus target, but it seems like some players really hate it. No, I have not. And I only put focus on the tank if I'm healer playing Astrologian. So I don't know, but maybe that's just me. I have also heard that it's a reasonably common problem. And also, in fairness, Shiro, in regards to the Crystal Tower thing, a core problem with not learning those mechanics is, and this is something that I've talked about before, and part of the reason why, like, so if I'm doing a dungeon and someone is there for the first time, maybe like a trial or a normal raid or something, and they go, I'm a first timer, is there anything I should know? I will usually say, let's just pull the boss and see what happens, right? And then if we wipe, I explain to them how the thing that wiped us, like, and maybe I'll bring up like, oh, there's also this other thing that it looks like you had trouble with. But I don't say much about the boss fight unless it's absolutely crucial that they learn this immediately if they ask. The reason is people are not as likely to retain the information if it wasn't actually important, I don't think. And because you don't really wipe on fights in Crystal Tower, you don't get this opportunity to explain how the mechanics work. And because of that, it is reasonably common that people just don't learn it. And because you don't need everyone to do it, you can easily completely miss it. Like, for example, with the hourglasses, the way I learned what the hourglasses do is when I was in an alliance raid that ignored them. Because then at some point I just saw that suddenly the hourglasses disappeared and then a quarter of the raid just died in that specific region. Like, I go, oh, I put 2 and 2 together and go, oh, the hourglasses control the quadrant. Interesting. But I had to observe that because if I had asked, I'm pretty sure that 90% of the raid would say, I don't know. And then maybe one person would be like, well, it's this thing. Oh, they're pulling, never mind. And then just not finish that thought. About the boss you were talking about, what are the platforms in Arena 4? The glow, but I don't know why. Which boss was it again that I was talking about? Oh, right, in the first boss in World of Darkness. If you look at the gaze mechanic, I see that someone already answered you, but if you look at the gaze mechanic, the red eye, which we were just talking about how you can cheese, you will get Doom. The only way to get rid of it is to step on the glowing platform just like in Sunken Temple of Khan. But I'm pretty sure Sunken Temple of Khan is an optional dungeon, isn't it? So there's a reasonable chance you've never seen that before when you go into, you know, World of Darkness. Fisherman said if you go into Explorer mode, you can try it, the ranged LB thing. I'll try that in a moment. Did you know you can slide cast DPS LB3? Yeah, you told me the other day. Hey, Tay. Hope you're doing well. You agreed on the second flare of that Crystal Tower final boss? No. I will basically run to the platform every time. The only time that I don't is if I've already clocked in that no one else is. Like if everyone else is greeting so hard that I'm like, I don't think it's going to work. Then I'll just go, well, it's all or nothing, and just go for it, because I'm not going to be able to change anything now. It's far too late for that. Ariel also mentions in regards to the Lalafell tank problem, using the possibility to change everyone's color depending on their role would surely help with that issue. And that is also a very good point. Returner players more likely may not have realized that somewhat recently in terms of patches, they went and added that. Go into character configuration, display name settings, and general. Toggle this. Then the Lalafell tank will at the very least have a blue name. And they will also potentially have their job icon next to their name. So at least you can see, oh, there's... Let's say, see, there's a small Finno out in the distance with a blue name and a paladin icon. I think it's the tank, but I can't see a person, so I'll just have to take their word for it. Quantum says, greed as a healer is when you're waiting for your co-healer to use their OGCD heals with the current mechanic while waiting to use yours for the next mechanic. That is actually a good example. The funniest thing I've done with greed as a healer is, I think it was when I was recording footage for my raid example in my Scholar Guide, the level 50 to 90 version, where I landed in P5N. And my co-healer was the type of healer that just goes and just mashes heals whenever anyone is missing HP. Which meant that every time a mechanic happened, I just kind of stood there like, I'll use nothing, I guess. And then I just started using energy drain and, you know, dissipation and all that. Just go, well, guess I'm green DPS today. Which is quite funny, because I really, you know, I wanted to demonstrate some raid stuff. Enjoy lunch, Merfolk. I think it's some of the worst stuff when people greed on the second attempt of Labyrinth of the Ancients after wiping to flat. Like, we just did this. Why are you doing it again? And yeah, the key thing that makes or breaks whether you can actually make the greed on the second flare is not that much about how much damage. Like, okay, sure, it is definitely about how much damage your group is doing. Absolutely. But it's not that much about it. It's actually more about when exactly you hit the HP threshold that makes him do the flare. Because if he's in the middle of a different mechanic, you can sometimes like sneak an extra 5 or even 10% damage into him before he does the thing. And you need that to make it. It's not that much about damage, it's more about timing it. And now the thing is, no one's doing that. It's just people just blindly just nuke for nothing. And yeah, exactly, Matthew puts it very, very nice. Got to waste 10 minutes to save 30 seconds. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelet. Just smash cut to what's his face, just trying to make an omelet, just oh, that's the 15th egg! I can't do this right! Finally! 16 eggs! And now I have an omelet of 2 eggs. Yeah, indeed, Quantum. There are a few variants of Doom. The specific ones for anyone who's new to Doom. The debuff, not the game. The classic Doom mechanics are, you know, there's the Doom icon, the classical Doom icon. And if it has a blue bar over it, then it means that your healer's supposed to deal with that by using Asuna on you. If it does not have a blue bar over it, then it can be a multitude of things. The only way to know for sure, I believe, is usually to mouse over it. Just, what's this? And option 1 is the doom is removed by being healed fully. Imagine the healer just throwing all of their cooldowns at you to make that magic happen, only to find that that wasn't actually the requirement. Option 2 is you have to stand on a specific spot, like a glowing platform. And then option 3 after that is typically something else. Like maybe you have to kill a thing, maybe you have to attack a thing, maybe you have to use a thing. But yeah, it's typically one of those. It's usually Asuna, heal fully, or stand on a thing. The problem is, if you go down the list, then you're like, by the time you've tested 1 or 2 of the options, the third one is far too late. Like, that one's not happening anymore. Hey, Irika, it has been a while. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Yisu, hope you're doing well as well. And Silvermint. That's a gunbreaker over there, and it's dead. I do think, speaking of which, with that, Shiro, who says, anytime Square Enix wants to add quality of life changes, they just steal some features from the Simple Tweaks mod. Now we have job icons next to names and color coding. I have actually been accused of using mods like at least half a dozen times because people don't know that it's in the game now. Quite funny that. I even have a video that leads with that. Like in the title, it includes that you can now color your like names like that. And also, speaking of that, Silverman, who says, I remember in Endwalker's second trial on Extreme, people had to mark me because they couldn't see me. It was a Lalafell Dark Knight. I thought it was entirely hilarious. You take that, and then you stack it with Lalafell, or actually not Lalafell, but player who hates being marked. You know those players? I don't understand them. I really don't understand them. Like, I have met players that actually get angry if they get marked, although I've seen them more in World of Warcraft, now that I think about it. It's really weird. Like, the thing is that there are also healers that really like to mark the tank so that they can find them easily. Like, it's not about being a Lalafell, it's just they like to mark the tank. Like, who knows, maybe they play without names entirely, like names just hidden or something, so they can't even see that. So they're just like, there's a blob of people over there, I just need to know which one's the tank, thank you. And then you take that and combine it with a tank that don't want to get marked, and then it's going to be a great dungeon, I can tell you that. It's just going to be real fun and no drama or anything. Your master says you cook omelette in shell. Oh no, the joke was that what's his name in that you have to break a few eggs meme. He's really big, so I could imagine that he would have a really hard time with the delicate movements necessary to crack an egg and then, you know, open it without just going. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Senator Armstrong. He's quite big, and he's very Armstrong, actually. that board is more fiber. We need a full breakdown Doom tutorial by the Doom saying dwarf. We're doomed! Unless you heal me fully. Then it's okay. Erica said, let's see. I'm sorry to hear that, Erica. I hope it gets better soon. Unfortunately, there's nothing that can replace something like that. Using Square Enix mods. That's true. Matthew did mention there's another Doom. If you see a Doom, typically if it has 5 seconds or less on it initially, then you're probably not supposed to do anything about it most of the time, because it's usually caused by twice or thrice come ruin, which is a type of debuff that is a replacement for vulnerability stacks or damage down debuffs for getting hit by something you're not supposed to get hit by. The first stack doesn't do anything, so it's actually weaker than vulnerability. If it's twice come ruin, you get hit by another of that kind of mechanic, it replaces itself with Doom, and then you just have Doom just long enough for you to go, oh no. And then you die. It's just long enough to say, oh no. Yeah, I don't know what it is, Gleaming. I couldn't possibly explain to you why it is people get mad about getting marked. I think it's like they're annoyed that it blocks up their view, and I mean, who knows? Maybe they're playing with a UI like this, and they're playing like this, and well, actually that doesn't get bigger. I actually expected that it would scale. But, like, maybe that exactly is too much for them, right? Yeah, I don't normally use this UI. It is my teaching UI, which I use when I'm making job guides. It's quite big. See, Joshua says, your thoughts on Blitzball, and should we have it as a limited event like Fall Guys collaboration? I have never played Final Fantasy X, so I have never played Blitzball. Blitzball looks very interesting, but I'm not really attached to it, like, at all. So, like, for me, it's like, if they implement Blitzball in a way that people think is very cool, then I'm sure people would love it. But I'm pretty sure that Blitzball would be effectively a PvP game mode, and let's just say that Final Fantasy XIV's janky, laggy code, as it is, already makes actual PvP really awkward at times. So I don't know if Blitzball would be good in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, they could try as hard as they might, but they wouldn't be able to, like, make Blitzball. The closest they would be able to get would probably be the pseudo turn-based system they also have in Final Fantasy X. Because actually, like, real-time Blitzball would be going too fast, I think. Either it says twice ruin and Lupin originally normal lowers your damage, actually. Oh, I didn't even know that. I didn't even notice. I think usually I'm more concerned about not getting hit a second time if I have that debuff, so, you know. Maybe it's for the best. The Quantum says some people hate being marked because it makes it harder to read limit cut mechanics. You know, I can see that. That one does make sense. I do remember back in Shadowbringers, I was doing some unsynced O12S with the FC I was in at the time. And we wanted to mark people so that you knew who you were pairing with for certain mechanic, I believe, a limit cut. But it's sort of also like smashed up against the actual marker for the limit cut itself, which made that really awkward. So I can see how that works. But yeah, I think the weakness of Blitzball in Final Fantasy XIV as an idea would be specifically that it would have to be basically Final Fantasy X's Blitzball, where it's turn-based, because otherwise it would go too fast. I would, however, find it incredibly funny if when we get the mage job revealed, that they go, psych, it's actually a ranged physical job, and your weapon is a blitzball. I think that would be really, like, it would be really funny, and then a few seconds later I would be like, but wait, so we're not getting a mage? Yeah, in my first Final Fantasy game, it was 7, actually. You know, with Cloud and all that. I've also played Final Fantasy 1 and 2. And very briefly 10 too. And also very briefly 12. But 7 has been the Final Fantasy game that I've actually played to near completion. Turns out that Final Fantasy 7 is really hard when you get to like the end game parts with the tonberries and stuff. When you can't actually understand English and you're like 7. Incidentally, that makes it really hard. You have no idea what things are supposed to do. You're like, I don't know, this spell looks fun, I'll cast that. Yeah, Shiro, I've watched full playthroughs of Final Fantasy X. So I'm not like completely in the unknown about Final Fantasy X. I've just never played it, and the bits I've seen of Blitzball has been in those playthroughs where people have been like, oh, that's a little bit really involved and very complicated, I'll get back to this later, and then they don't, as it turns out. So I just only get this similar experience of, I'm not entirely sure how this works, but it looks complicated. Hey Licky, hope you're doing well, it's been a while. But yeah, I don't think it would be a bad idea with Blitzball. I just don't know how we would get it implemented where Final Fantasy XIV's core issues with fast-paced PvP would, how well it would work, right? Like that's my concern there. But I've said before that it's the same stance I have as with the Dragoon and Astrologian reworks. Ultimately, the people that care most about it are those that I'm most concerned about whether they get something they enjoy, right? Like that's what I am thinking about most of all. Is sure, we could have Blitzball, but the people who have been asking for Blitzball since, I think people have been asking for it at least since Shadowbringers, if not before that. Whatever we get, I want Blitzball to be something they enjoy, because I could probably be fine either way. Similarly, if Dragoon gets reworked to something that sucks, right? Hypothetically, then it doesn't really change anything for me because I'll just main something else. I'm not even maining Dragoon anyway, so it doesn't hurt me. But the Dragoon mains won't like that. Like, yes, they can also just main something else, but that's very easy to say if you're not a Dragoon main. If you're a Scholar main, and then it makes sense that you would also think it kind of sucks if they reworked Scholar to something that kind of sucks. But it's very easy to say, just play something else if you don't like it. When it's not your job, right? Like, just change your preference is always easy to say when it's not yourself. Hello, Elifel. Hope you're doing well. So that's why my general stance on these things is always, if they change it, hopefully the people that already are all in on the existing thing still like it after the change. Like, that's what I care about. Astrologian, hopefully people enjoy it when it's reworked. Dragoon, hopefully people enjoy it after the rework. I got a comment this morning, actually, from someone who said that they were very concerned when Paladin was getting reworked. But then they could report now that they've had about a year with new Paladin, which I believe that pretty much checks out, right? I'm pretty sure the Paladin rework was like a few weeks after New Year. They actually like it more than old Paladin, as it turns out. I don't know if that person was a Paladin main before the rework, but that was also my stance on it, was like, I like new Paladin pretty well because it's easier to play in general, which I think Paladin could use because Paladin was really complicated before to actually play well. So I think it could use that, but I also know that there was a lot of Paladin mains that were playing it because they liked it that way. Hey Xanadus, hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, Yumi has gotten some more near glams, I believe. And exactly, BSR. Says, Dragoon is my main, but if it's bad in 7.0, I will be massively peeved. Right, like, all of us have, like, our, like, the main job we play. And then we have, like, our preferred jobs in the other roles. Like, for me, I'll probably stick to, like, Warrior and Sage most of the time. Like, I'm mostly, like, a tank or healer main, typically. But if they change, like, Black Mage, which is a job I enjoy quite a lot, significantly enough in a bad way, then I will be disappointed. I was somewhat ultimately I came to the conclusion that new Summoner is so different from old Summoner that I think the way that I'm going to look at it is that they're two completely different jobs. Which means that it sucks that old Summoner was deleted, but I like new Summoner. I think it's nice. There's a lot of math in it, isn't that right, Yisu? Matthew says, wasn't Sage the Scholar rework to make something worse? I don't know. I actually switched from a Scholar healer main to a Sage healer main. BSR mentions it was sort of counterintuitive with Paladin, how you had to drop atonements. Fun fact on that, after the Paladin rework, there was still an atonement dropping strategy that was like a niche optimization you could do sometimes, but most of the time it was a DPS loss, but because people were so attached to that style of play, there was a lot of players that insisted on doing it anyway. Then they made Atonement not break your combo anymore, which was what led me to make a new Paladin guide in 6.4. And then they also buffed Atonement and Royal Authority so much that Atonement dropping is a too big DPS loss to consider, as far as I know. Like, it was so clear. For me, if they had just written in the patch notes, stop with your Atonement dropping stuff over there, I would have gotten it. Like, I would have gone, oh yeah, I see what you mean with those buffs. Like, it's pretty clear that it seemed like that was what they were going for. We don't want you to do this weird jank. Play the job right, in the way we intended. Let's see. I feel like I missed a message that I just read before. I think it was something about Astrologian. Where did it go? Where's the message? Ah! Right, it was Edorit that says, I don't know if it is possible to satisfy Astrologian mains with a rework. This is correct. And the reason for that is because not all of the Astrologian mains are Astrologian mains for the same reasons. I'll get to that shortly. BSR says, I heard you could still drop an Atonement for 2 Holy Spirits under Fight or Flight. You could. Basically, I'll just set up the scenario. The optimal state to enter Fight or Flight with maximum damage is you want to be here with no atonements, right? Like, that is ultimately what you want, is you want to enter like this. Because then you get this. You get your Confiteor. And then you get to do Holy Spirit, Royal Authority, and another Holy Spirit. Now, the reason why that is no longer good and was even on the was not really good to make sure you had that every time before they buffed Atonement and Royal Authority was simply because Atonement dropping in the immediate moment when you do it can be viewed as a quote-unquote DPS gain because you're bringing extra potency into the burst by getting an additional Divine Might Holy Spirit. The reason why it isn't actually a DPS gain down the line is because of the same reasons when you, like, if you sit down and really calculate on speed, like skill speed and spell speed, what you gain with skill speed and spell speed, like, at the end of the day, is whatever GCDs gets added at the end of the fight. Like, I remember reading, like, ages ago back in Stormblood, so, like, some explanation of skill speed where they were like, well, if you get this much skill speed in this particular fight, then it means that you, like, if you do your rotation perfectly, then you end on, like, a step 1 GCD. So you're gaining 200 potency. Obviously, there's more to it than that, but that is the clearest part of the potency gain you get from skill speed and spell speed, is that you add more GCDs at the end of the entire fight. And Atonement dropping means that you're introducing additional fast blades and riot blades you didn't have to have. And those suck. Like, mega suck. That's why it is not worth it. Especially now, because that extra Divine Might Holy Spirit is 50 potency over an Atonement. So you're doing an Atonement drop to gain 50 potency in your burst. 50. But you're losing up to 200 potency in your filler. So you need to be getting an astronomical amount of potent, like extra damage bonus from the burst itself for it to be worth it. And no, Agibuster, no spell speed on your paladin. It was just a comparison. Don't put spell speed on your paladins. Put down those materia right now. Yeah, that is the reason. That is the reason why Atonement dropping kind of fell out of favor. It is simply too big of an investment for too little of a benefit. Right. So, as Malice also pointed out in extension of Idaret's comment, is there are many different kinds of Astrologian mains. In this section here, right, over here, we have the hardcore Astrologian mains who are doing the card bursts and all that. You know, those that are doing passes and stuff and completely crazy. I think that they would appreciate if the job was more consistent. Meaning that if they removed all RNG from the job, there's a reasonable chance that some of them would be like, great, now I can do better, consistently. Then, next to them are the same kinds of players, except they're maining Astrologian because they like the randomness. I don't think I need to explain why they would not like it if the job was made more consistent. And then we also have somewhere in the middle, we also have Astrologian mains that just think the animations are pretty, so they, as long as they don't remove them cool animations, they don't care either way. And then you also over in this corner over here have the more casual players, where some of them like that are playing the job because they like the job and not necessarily just for the animations, where some of them would prefer more RNG and some of them would prefer less. And either way you cut it, you can't satisfy all of them. Remember that a significant amount of summoners, like me included, new summoner, despite liking old summoner too. Spell speed on warrior. But yeah, basically, the only way you could satisfy all of the Astrologian mains is by building on what you already have. That is the best way you can always satisfy all of them. But if the developers have decided we're reworking Astrologian, then it means that they've decided that whatever they have is not going to be the best they could do. So they want to rework it entirely. But if they rework it entirely, then there will... basically, there's a guarantee that there's some players that will not like the new result, because the people that are maining Astrologian right now, there are a subsection of them that are playing Astrologian as their main, despite not liking it that much, because maybe the passers, you know, or it's the best one or whatever. And then there's also some that are maining it because it's the job they dislike the least. There are some players like that feel like that most jobs are not very creative anymore. That have like landed on, well, this job is fine. Like there's some black mage mains that are like, well, this is the final bastion, because if they rework black mage too much, then there's nothing left for me. And if they rework Astrologian for them, they might, like as I said, they might not like the current Astrologian, but they might like it better than the reworked one. So whatever happens, it doesn't really matter what you do. As Happy Game says, it's impossible to satisfy everyone. Because all of the people that are maining Astrologian are maining Astrologian for what it has right now. So you can't like, there has to be some of them that will hate the new version because they changed something. Yeah, also, Helm says, should I get skill speed? Paladin, just to finish on that thought with Paladin scales really poorly with speed on account of using a lot of spells and a lot of weapon skills in its rotation. So it doesn't really benefit very much from either. So just prefer to have nothing. This matches extremely well with the fact that Warrior is perfectly functional with no speed, and Gunbreaker is perfectly functional with no speed, and Dark Knight is perfectly functional with no speed. So if you want a tank gear set that all 4 tanks are fully functional and fine with, then you have to satisfy Paladin, because Paladin hates skill speed, and all the other tanks don't mind. Pretty funny how that works. Yeah, I don't know what would be better for Astrologian. I think it would be more interesting if it was more random. But I exclusively play Astrologian in low stakes content because I find it too overwhelming to play it well in actually hard content. So I don't think that I should be the judge on that one. Like, the thing is, when the content is easy, then I think it would be excellent if it was like, if all jobs were just total chaos, super weird and janky, but the instant you're getting into those really complicated savage boss fights, I can see why, allegedly, I don't know if there's like flat out proof of it, that there's a good chance that it was mainly Savage Raiders and stuff that really wanted the jobs to be a little more easy, in a way. Alejandro says, why is it a Paladin doesn't scale with skill... why is it again that Paladin doesn't scale with skill speed? So, in your burst as a Paladin, or at least half of your attacks are spells that scale with spell speed, which you don't want. And at most half of your attacks are weapon skills, which scale with skill speed. In your filler rotation, 1/7 of your attacks will be Holy Spirit, which is a spell. 1/7. So that means that even in your filler, you're not getting full value out of your skill speed. So the reason why Paladin doesn't like skill speed is because it just doesn't get very much value out of it. Like, it's really wasteful for it. Like, if they just smashed skill speed and spell speed together and just said, it's speed now, then there's a chance that Paladin would be like, I mean, if we went with like a GCD of 2.44 or something, then maybe we could like get an extra GCD into our fight or flight. Maybe that would be good. Who knows? Like, maybe they'd do that. Late weave fight or flight, early weave requiescate in the next head. Maybe. But it has to be one combined speed for that to work. Yeah, exactly, Shiro. The thing is that all 4 tanks are functional at 2.5, but skills, the reason for that is that Warrior and Gunbreaker, and to some degree Dark Knight, can choose to grab some skill speed for some comfort. Like, you might be saying, what on earth could Warrior possibly care about skill speed for? And the answer is that you don't have to as precisely late weave bloodwetting if you have skill speed to get all of your GCDs in. That is the primary benefit. And Gunbreaker just has more GCDs to if they get a single extra GCD per minute, then it means that they can they have 1 spare GCD per minute. I want to be clear that if your GCD is like, if you're playing slow Gunbreaker at like 2.5 or 2.49 or so, then you have exactly the amount of GCDs to get 3 cartridges for No Mercy. And nothing more. Like, if you didn't have Bloodfest, your rotation would be a perfect loop. Because you don't have anything to spare. So if the boss has the audacity to force you out of melee range, boom, 1 cartridge lost. Right there. Just immediately you lose 1. For 1 GCD missed. Potentially. So having some skill speed gives you a little bit of wiggle room there. Yeah, I don't know if, speaking of which, Gazel says maybe speed Red Mage would be viable if both speeds were combined. Red Mage actually has a whole different issue with speed, and part of that stems from the fact that... So here's an interesting little fun fact. Have you noticed that actions that have a GCD that is affected by skill speed, like Gnashing Fang, sort of call it out. Like, they're bringing attention to the fact that it's weird. Like, that it's working slightly differently. Like, Gnashing Fang says this weapon skill does not share a recast time with any other actions. Meanwhile, actions that just have a really low GCD don't say anything. So, presumably, Emerald Rite scales with spell speed, right? Or what? And the answer to that is that it turns out that your GCD doesn't go below 1.5. Apparently. I've been told. I haven't actually been able to test this myself. I believe people said that it can be done in Boja. With a certain combination of lost actions on a monk or something like that. You can push your GCD so far down that you'll find that it actually stops at 1.5. So Red Mage wouldn't get very much value out of skill speed, even if it could make, like, if we combined skill and spell speed. Then the only GCD that would actually benefit would be enchanted redoublement. No, what Red Mage needs for speed to be good on Red Mage is this and this has to scale with speed. I don't care which one, but it has to scale with speed. Because the problem is that those two don't like speed. Exactly, Xanadus, the OGCDs. It's specifically because Flesh and Contra Sixt, they both dictate the flow of the Red Mage rotation. You might think, oh, it's not that much potency, but it matters. It adds up. And the way that this works is, and this is also similar to other jobs, if you've played Warrior with a GCD of 2.5, you'll find that Upheaval it comes up exactly when you want it to come up, like exactly on time, consistently. If you then play Warrior on like 2.47 or 2.44, if at some point in the fight, as it drags on, Upheaval will actually clip your GCD if you used exactly on cooldown. Or, alternatively, your GCD will force you to delay Upheaval. Because Upheaval comes up every 10 plus 2 GCDs on the dot if you have no skill speed. 13-ish if you have 2.4 GCD. It actually, like, it alternates a bit. So if you have, like, a weird amount of skill speed, then Upheaval comes up at weird timings. And this applies for all jobs that have, like, something they have to use on cooldown. You might notice it on a Dragoon, that jump or Geishgagul comes up weird. If you have too much speed on a summoner without, like, intentionally going for a huge amount of speed, you might notice that Searing Light comes up a little weird, that Energy Drain might come up a little weird. Things like that. So there is like a general benefit to just not having speed if you don't intentionally want it, which is not a good case for speed. I generally talk about it like OGCD alignment. And Red Mage is like the quintessential example of this problem. Because their filler rotation, and by extension their burst, is centered on making sure that Flesh and Contra 6 comes out exactly on cooldown, which means that Flesh has to come out every 5th dual cast, and Contra 6 on every 7th dual cast. Exactly. And that is also true, Agibuster. Because of your melee combo as a Red Mage taking 12.7 seconds, I believe it is, you have to adjust slightly by having a swift cast or an acceleration, at least one per melee combo. One way you can also circumvent this is by timing Flesh or Contra 6 exactly at the right time in your melee combos. So, like, there's a lot of ways to go about it, but Red Mage is a perfect example of why people don't like speed that much on some jobs. Let me just see, I think... I'm guessing Jacob is talking about Astrologian reworks, as I'd see something like an automatically rotating sect system would be a cool way to give randomness in a controlled environment. This reminds me of balance druids in World of Warcraft. I can't remember if it was in Cataclysm or Mists of Pandaria or even after that, but they had this system where when you were in combat, your alignment with either solar or lunar just gradually moved, and when you reached the eclipse of either side, you got like a boost of some sort, like you got a damage boost for a specific spell. So you alternated between like a fast spammy spell and a slower spell to burst with, and each side also had its own dot that you wanted to make sure that you reapplied at the right time to snapshot the buffs. As far as I remember, people didn't like that because you didn't have any control over it. You just had to deal with it. So they changed it so that the bar moved based on your actions, but it would gradually move like a pendulum between the two states. So you could do something like that. The thing that I'm concerned about in regards to such a system, Jacob, is the sects were mainly related to healing. And it might be really awkward if the Astrologian has no control over it. Like, let's say that that could actually also be extremely overpowered in a way. If, like, you're in Nocturnal Sect for a minute, and then you're in Diurnal Sect for a minute. And if the bosses... AoEs or something just exactly came up at, like, just before you switched from Nocturnal to Diurnal, you could set up shields, be switched to Diurnal, and then use the bigger heals to recover. Now that would be balanced. Ymir says, for Red Mage, what if we had 2 charges? If we had 2 charges on Flesh and Contra 6, then Red Mage would also probably have much less of an issue with speed. Now, a completely separate problem with speed for Red Mage is that speed doesn't do that much for Red Mage. And let me explain that. You can accumulate... You can get, I believe, at least three melee combos per 2 minutes as a Red Mage. Speed gives you more filler. So, and that of course gives you more melee combos eventually. So the big question is, how much speed would you need to get an additional melee combo in this fight? In the next 5 minutes, in the next 2 minutes. So if you don't get enough speed to actually result in a benefit of some sort, then it's like then the problem isn't actually spell speed in this case. It's just that why would you stack speed to get an additional melee combo 9 minutes into the fight when you could, I don't know, have slightly more crit so that your actual melee combos that you know you're already getting do more damage on average. A card every 20 seconds. I mean, you could get more and more cards, but I don't know if it would help that much. Like, it would just be the same problem for Astrologian, just faster, you could say. Nemia, the reason why not both is because every time you have a gear piece, you have to choose. Like, you can't have both. Exactly, there's only so many materia slots. And yeah, exactly, Gazel. I'm pretty sure that this is the same problem. The reason why people didn't like that iteration of Balance Druid was that because you didn't have that much control over it, you didn't have that much ability to, like, stop the clock or influence the clock in any way. So you kind of could end up in a situation where, if I was in the fast-paced, spammy mode for this particular mechanic, I could have moved more easily, but I am in the slow one right now, so... And you can't do anything about it. So, like, it would be a similar feeling for Astrologian, potentially. But yeah, the perfect word for the problem with speed, and I think I talked about this in my video about speed as well, is the problem is opportunity cost. It's the same problem with tenacity and piety. Spell speed and skill speed is not bad on most jobs. Tenacity is not bad for all tanks, and piety is technically not bad for healers. The problem is that a crit is better. That's the problem. And that's why we talk about opportunity cost. The jobs where crit isn't better are so, isn't so much better. Are so few that we tend to, like, think of them as special. Astrologian, Black Mage, and the key thing here is Black Mage has spell speed stacking as an option, but we've discovered that Crit Mage obviously has a higher peak. So when you're trying to be the best of the best, you will choose the one that has a higher chance of randomly doing the most damage, of course, because crit is weird like that. And Astrologian typically prefers spell speed as the second most important stat, not the first, because crit is that good. And yeah, exactly, as Xanatos says, it's something about crit basically double dipping on itself. The more crit you have, the more your crits do in damage, and the more chances you have. Happy Game says, the mechanic for balance is still there, but now controlled with spells. You still need to go to both Luna and Solar, though. Yeah, exactly. I don't know how it works right now, but I do remember that in, like, Legion, the system that Druid had was that they generated a resource that they could use on a spell called Star Search, which gave them a boost to their Solar spell and their Lunar spell. So, like, they didn't really have this pendulum effect, but it has been, like, a core feature of the specialization. So it wouldn't surprise me if they've gone back to it. But yeah, this kind of, like, switching between two modes typically has to be something that the player has to be able to control, at least in some part, for people to really like it, as far as I know. Who was it that mentioned Summoner and Phoenix? Right. Gazel says some players would be mad at the sect cycle stops at the wrong time in Dungeons or Alliance raids, similar to Summoner's Bahamut or Phoenix phases. Right. Ymia says, how could they even balance crit without making something else broken? Well, the options are either just don't make crit both increase the crit, like the payoff and the chance. Like if they did that, then crit would be balanced. But the problem is, if you make crit the stat only boost the chance, then it's directed. And it's just directed again. With a bigger payoff because the baseline is 40% on crit. And if they make it only increase damage, then you have the choice between a really reliable and consistent crit, which is directed, and a really unreliable but extremely massive crit, which would be crit. Like if crit, the stat, only increased the power, then the kind of stats we have now, you would be like, oh yeah, if I crit with my 5% crit chance, which is the baseline, which would be all you have, you would do like triple damage or something, which wouldn't help the entire like variance debate that we have already for passing. And the only way to make crit as it is now in a balanced way would be you could also separate them, as Xanadu suggests. The problem is if you separate crit into crit damage and crit chance, then what you have instead is that if you have crit chance, then crit damage becomes your second best stat, and vice versa. So you're just producing the same problem. And yeah, exactly, BSR. 5% chance for triple damage Yoshiranryu. Just wipe and pull again. I didn't get the crit, guys. Yeah, the problems with the weaker stats like piety and tenacity and speed, as it turns out, is that piety, which I have also talked about before, doesn't do anything outside of giving you MP. So if you don't need MP, then piety does nothing. Meanwhile, if you don't need MP because you heal enough, then you don't need crit to give you bigger heals, right? But crit also gives you more damage. So crit is better because it does both. They could change piety to boost something else. My best suggestion for piety would be that maybe it's not that good that healers are designed by default to be able to sustain their rotation for a full fight with no piety. Like, maybe piety should be, like, the amount of passive MP recovery healers have should be low enough that if you don't have some piety, you will actually run out of MP spamming Glare. Then piety would be viewed as a DPS stat up to a point. But only in, like, certain length fights. Would that be good? Probably not, because you don't have that much control over the stats on your gear. So you would run into a similar problem as hit chance, which is also a stat that was removed because hit chance in an RPG like Final Fantasy XIV is irreplaceably good if you need it. But the instant you have exactly the amount of hit chance you need, all extra hit chance is actually worthless. It does nothing for you, so you'd rather not have it. But then you see a gear upgrade drop in the raid, but it has hit on it. and you don't need more hit. So what do? Is it still an upgrade? I don't know. That's the problem with piety. You see a gear piece drop, but it has piety on it, and you don't need more piety. So maybe it's not even an upgrade, which is a very real possibility. If I remember correctly, the best in slot gear set for healers in the current raid tier uses a 650 ring because it doesn't have piety on it. Or something like that. So it would be this. So it's actually the same problem as the exact thing that I was just talking about. Alejandro says this piety is required. Doesn't feel really good. The thing is, piety is required. It's just that the amount of piety that is required is so far down that you would need a negative amount of piety as the baseline for you to actually want piety, because you because you produce that much MP over the course of a fight. So it's already there. It's just that the required amount is so low that you need to cast actual healing spells to actually care about piety. Hey Ryan, hope you're doing well. Silverman says, what about lucid dreaming? So I talked about this and spelled it out with math in my piety video. And the way that the healers work is that well, the way that MP works for healers is that, obviously, as you all know, you start with 10k when the fight starts. You recover at minimum 200 every 3 seconds, which is 4,000 per minute. And then you can use lucid dreaming, which is 3,850 per minute, so that's a grand total of 7,850 MP per minute. And I haven't even started talking about the individual jobs MP recovery. And the reason why I switched to Scholar is because Scholar has the weakest MP recovery of the 4 healers. They have this, that's it. Sage has slightly more than that, because they get 21% per minute, and then they can also generate an extra 1 every 90 seconds. So that means that Scholar caps out at 9,850 MP per minute. Now, if you have no spell speed, then you can cast 24 of these. Well, actually, you will have to cast these, unfortunately. Per minute. Now, 24 of these, how much does that cost? Let's see, 5 of them costs 2,000, so 25 of them would cost 10,000. So you probably realize that if you generate 9,850 MP per minute, that means that Scholar, by default, have like 250 MP to spare. After just spamming Broil for a full minute, they generated MP. They didn't lose anything. They actually gained MP. Now, then you might say, well, it's not uncommon to see healers with like a GCD of 2.4. And yes, if you do that, then Scholar spends 10,000 MP per minute, in which case they're losing 150 per minute. But it would take you 67 minutes to spend that from those 10,000. You could just stand there and spam Broil on a 2.4 second GCD for over an hour, so it doesn't matter. It only matters if you start casting like Succor or Adloquium or Resurrection, because it's very expensive. Heavy Game says, isn't it okay for MP management to be a thing? Or do people hate that? See, the problem isn't that. And that's also true, Quantum. You can use super ethers for extra MP. And hey, Mayor Clanger, I hope you're doing well. The problem isn't that. The reason why MP management doesn't really exist in Final Fantasy XIV, like not really, is because... Just... Let me just switch to my bigger buttons here. If you count the amount of spells that I have that actually cost anything, on this 3 hotbars, right? There's less than 10. Most of your buttons are just cooldowns. So your actual real resource is cooldowns and etherflow. MP, who cares, right? It's mostly cooldowns and etherflow. Isn't that kind of comparable to Guild Wars 2 in a way, where you can just use everything on cooldown, and then maybe you have like a profession mechanic or something that is a resource. But because of that, MP management in Final Fantasy XIV boils down to, can I use my attack from start to finish or not? And the answer is yes, you can. Then the follow-up question is, can I still do that if I'm using so-and-so MP on healing? And the answer is usually yes, you can. And only if the answer to that is no, then you start going, maybe I should have some piety. And then the problem is, you need a specific amount of piety. And that is the hit chance problem. You need exactly enough piety that you don't feel like you're lacking MP. But you don't need any more than that. And the simple fact that when you realize that the only MP that matters is your last point, then this is a huge amount of MP. Like an actually astronomical amount of MP. As I said, if you have a GCD of 2.4, then Astrologian can spam Broil for over an hour and not notice, if you're just using your MP recovery on cooldown. So I don't think that it is a matter of people hating MP management heavy games. I think the problem is that there is so little to manage MP on in Final Fantasy XIV that it has sort of... It's just not really possible. Like, the reason why I said, what if we make... what if we make... you need piety to be able to attack from start to finish. Then people see, I have to use piety to make my rotation work. Thank you so much for the super chat, Eno. Smooch. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, just to continue, the reason why I base my maybe if you had to have piety to be able to attack from start to finish, the reason I base my piety discussion there is because there's no other reason why people would stack piety. So that's why. And it's just... it's hard to explain, because if piety had been necessary, and I don't even know if it was, if piety had been necessary in Heavensward to be able to attack from start to finish, and it might have been, although piety back then increased your max MP, not your MP recovery, then people would probably have been perfectly fine with the idea that, well, if you want to be attacking from the start of a fight to the end, you need some piety. But this has never been the case, at least not since Stormblood, So it would be weird if it became a problem now. It's the problem is you cannot give the player base something and then take it away. That's why it can be incredibly dangerous to, for example, introduce a new stat in the game or something. Because the people that like the stat will be very mad if you take it away. And there's even people that don't care that much about the stat that would be mad that you took it away because it was an option, right? And as Holmes says as well, introducing a mechanic to a job that is just there to force you to use a special stat does not seem fun. And that is exactly it. To compare this to World of Warcraft, in that game, you needed hit chance, and if you were a physical class, you also needed expertise. The difference between these two things is that when you swung at an enemy, there was a chance that you would miss. That was your hit chance. There was also a chance that the enemy would simply dodge your attack or parry it. Or block it for that matter, but I don't think that really came up on mobs. Expertise reduced the chance that enemies would parry or dodge your attacks. So you needed both up to a point where your chance to not hit was 0%. And then everything beyond that was irrelevant. This meant that you needed to get the exact pieces you needed in World of Warcraft, like vanilla World of Warcraft, to get this, and then anything beyond that was unneeded. This was also the case in every expansion that followed. Then in Cataclysm, they introduced a system called Reforging, which allowed you to grab 40% of one of the secondary stats on a piece of equipment and just change it to a secondary stat that isn't on it. So you could just go, well, I don't need this much hit, and just take some of it off and put into crit or something. So that meant that it didn't suck that much to find a stat on your piece of equipment that you didn't need any more of, because maybe you had multiple pieces that had like hit on it. So you could like go, well, if I take 40% from this one and 40% from this one, then I can land on the hit chance that I need and still use all of my best gear and things like that. This mechanic stayed in Mists of Pandaria, but in Wars of Draenor, when they removed Reforging, lo and behold, they removed hit and expertise and introduced a new stat called Multi-Strike, which had a chance to hit for like 30% more damage, but it rolled twice on every attack, which means that it was basically double directed. So what I'm saying is World of Warcraft also deleted hit chance and replaced it with direct hit. I believe they removed Multi-Strike in the expansion after that. But they technically did it. They did the same thing that Final Fantasy XIV did. Removed hit chance and gave you a chance to do slightly more damage, because it's more fun to have a small chance to do something better than having a small chance of doing nothing. Right? And the problem is with stats where you need exactly this much, otherwise you suck. That's not great. And also, let's see, Gazel says, having a strict MP management could lead to new players not attacking as a healer, and that is also true. I mean, we already have some new players that are not attacking as healers. That is already a thing. And that is just, you can't, like, what we've discovered with Endwalker, I think, because of how much simpler attacking and even to some degree healing has become as a healer. The reason people are not playing healer jobs that much is not because of that. It's the same thing as the reason people are not playing tanks. Like, the reason why it looks like this amazing timing I had there, huh? The reason why it looks like this is not because tanking necessarily is hard. It's because tanking is scary socially for a lot of players. And for some other players, they just like DPSing more. I know. Incredible. They just like playing DPS better. That's it. Perfectly reasonable argument. Not everyone likes to be the shining knight with a sword and shield. Not everyone likes that. Let's see. Quantum says MP management is a core function of being a healer. In MMORPGs and RPGs, generally, yes. But in Final Fantasy XIV, time management is the core function of being a healer. Case in point, in Guild Wars 2, you can be a healer and there's no MP in that game. Not as far as I know, at least. There isn't MP in Guild Wars 2, is there? I'm pretty sure that's just profession mechanic. So how would they make a healer with no MP? Well, they just have cooldowns. That sounds familiar. So you don't have to have MP management to have a healer in a game. Even though it tends to make things make sense better. I just want to be clear. I have suggested ways to make MP interesting because I think it's more interesting when there is an MP management feature. But looking at how healing works in Final Fantasy XIV, it wouldn't make very much sense to simply just add MP costs to everything now. Like, it's a bit late for that. Like, the system we have now is slightly different. Like, it has ultimately ended up being a more cooldown-centric thing. And a lot of things would have to change to make it make sense now, I think. But yeah, in Final Fantasy XIV, while MP management is technically a concern as a healer, the primary concern is time. Also, welcome back, Traverse. Leaky says, positive things always feel better than negative things for some reason, but I can't really figure out why. The thing is actually not exactly that. It's more that small positive things are fine, right? They feel nice, but negative things feel drastically worse. Like, a really good example of this is that that you could market certain mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV as the inverse of exactly what they are. You just describe them as the opposite of what they are, and people would hate it. Like, you could make direct hit be a chance to not glance your blows, and your glancing blows do 20% less damage. Incidentally, if you had 20% direct hit, you would instead have 80% chance to glance in the new system. It's the same thing, it's just that your base damage should just be 25% higher, and you will always lose 20% unless you get the not bad hit. It's the same as yes, in the World of Warcraft beta. In the World of Warcraft beta, it wasn't called rested XP, like we also have rested XP here. It was, you could gain a certain amount of XP, and then the rest of the day you would get half for everything. So you would get 100% XP, and then after a certain amount of time, you would get 50% for the rest of the day. That sucks. You know what I did about it? They just multiplied both of them by 2 and called it rested instead of exhausted. Like, they just changed it so that when you start your day, you get double XP for a bit, and then eventually it becomes normal XP. And now people didn't mind anymore. So, like, it's about it's about selling you on the idea that it's a positive thing. See, Ham says, in a way, the current healer MP could be seen as kind of a soft enrage. If your party needs too much healing, you will wipe if the fight takes too long. And that is actually true. If you don't have enough piety for the amount of healing that your healers are expected to do, and healers generally start having to use MP to paint over the extra amount of healing they need to do. Like if if I'm playing Sage in a dungeon or a trial or a raid or whatever, and people are taking an astronomical amount of damage and I have to heal all that, eventually I'll start doing things like Eucrasia, Prognosis, Petsis, and then again to block the next hit. That's, boom, 1,800 MP out the window. Of course, 800 of those I was going to spend on doses anyway, so it's not that bad, but it's still 1,000 MP gone. But I wouldn't do that if I had plenty of other cooldowns left to spend. So, like, you could actually view the way that healers work in Final Fantasy XIV as you have all of these cooldowns that, like, shield your MP bar, but once all of that is gone, you just see that extra health bar, so to speak, just go zoomies down to 0. And when that's done, you're going to die. There was actually also a time back in Stormblood where mages, meaning Black Mage and Red Mage, and Summoner, had a role action called Mana Shift, which allowed you to just pass 20% of your MP to someone else. And to some degree, healers needed this to, like, stay afloat throughout a fight. So when they removed this role action in Shadowbringers, they just increased the amount of MP region that healers had access to, or relatively speaking, needed. And yeah, that is exactly Quantum. You said it first. Licky says, I read somewhere that you need 7 positive YouTube comments to counteract 1 negative one. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that is an actual mechanic, but I believe my father said that you need that it is not uncommon that people need 5 or 6 positive experiences to counteract a negative one. And that is not entirely wrong. That is exactly the reason, because a positive experience is like, oh, that's kind of nice. But a negative experience, like, that sticks with you. That's also the reason why you tend to remember your bad experiences a lot better than your good ones. And also the reason why you're much more likely to remember that one time you missed on a 99% hit chance in that strategy game. But you don't remember those times where you repeatedly succeeded on a 40% or something. You don't remember those. That was pure skill. That wasn't you being lucky. Because they're just not as important, you could say. We would have way longer range for our Booksmacks if Summoner is not a mage. They're just throwing it like a frisbee. Alejandro says, how was Summoner back then? I started playing in Shadowbringers, but I avoided all casters when I was going through the MSQ. I only got Summoner at the time because I was leveling Scholar. Well, Summoner was more like a dot and pet management job. I actually have both a video about how Summoner played at max level in Shadowbringers that was released like 2 weeks before Endwalker as like a little like a history thing. And I also have a video about the history of Summoner, which is mostly accurate, that shows like how it gradually evolved into what it is now, where it gradually evolved and then suddenly they just took everything, threw it out the window and started over in Endwalker. Went, bah. Yeah, I have 2 videos on it. I'm pretty sure you can find it either by just searching like Summoner Caetsu Chaiji, or I do believe I have a playlist of the history videos I have. But in Shadowbringers, and this is something I don't believe was in either of those videos, but in Shadowbringers, There was a significant time frame where Summoner was not only the top DPS job, but it was ranged, remember, and had a raid buff, and was really mobile, so there wasn't really any reason to bring a different mage. Or a different DPS for that matter. Pretty good to bring a Summoner. Trevor says, I remember the arguments over which pet was best for which fight between Garuda versus Ifrit. Yeah, in Stormblood, it wasn't necessarily about a like per fight basis. It was actually like, it was based on how many mages or magic attackers you had. Because Garuda had a magic version of Trick Attack, you could say. Like a debuff that increased the magic damage the target took for like 10 seconds. So if you had enough magic damage, then Garuda would beat Ifrit. But if you didn't, well, Ifrit was a lot easier to just like click attack and just do whatever. I don't care. And in Shadowbringers, they reworked the pets so that Ifrit was your single target pet, Garuda was your AoE pet, and Titan was I don't know, he could put a barrier on you at least. Because he couldn't tank for you anymore. So, like, the problem in Shadowbringers with the pets was that, so you had these two actions called Eggy Assault 1 and 2. And one, like when you used Eggy Assault, it actually gave you a stack of a buff that stacked up to 4, that allowed you to use Ruin 4 instead of Ruin 2, which was, you know, it was the Scholar version of Ruin 2 that was instant, and Ruin 4 did good damage, of course. So you used those in bursts, but one of Titan's actions, one of the Eggy Assaults Titan had in Shadowbringers, didn't do damage. It applied a shield to you, and didn't give you one of these stacks, which meant that it was a gigantic DPS loss to use Titan. And yeah, very true, back in the day, Titan could tank before Shadowbringers. And I do think I have heard about those striking tree incidents of people using a Titan Eggy to tank. Right. I think that it is pretty good time to start looking at some clips. I have a lot. I don't think we'll make all of them with all of the talking I've been doing, but we can do some of them. Let's see, I have some short ones we could start with. Let me just find my notes. Right, I have a few short clips that I have in actual videos on the computer that people sent. And the first one is Cole here. And is Yisu here still? I'd rather not they miss it. Are you there? And also, just while I wait on that for a moment, Quantum says we can always go back to Final Fantasy XI where healers need to be constantly drinking juice and resting between fights. Yeah, that sounds like an old school World of Warcraft. Right, Goal is here. Right. You had this clip that opened on a different monitor. Excellent. It was a little loud. Sorry about that. The clip is called No Sweat. So I'm guessing that we have a very tight greed moment. Are you ready? I mean, yeah, this is also an opportunity to show something funny. Are you going to get hit? Put your bets now. 3, 2, 1. Nope. That was very impressive. It's just, I would probably, like, if it was me, I would have gone over there or over there. Like, I would have just left if it was me. Absolutely. That is a good greed. Some strong greed. Like, see, I said earlier that I was a very greedy player, but not really. Cole is a greedy player. Cole says, I didn't even see the pillars land in the arena until they started to fall. Just, it'll be fine. Just nuking the boss, like, I'll probably be fine. And then you just see the pillars start tipping. Maybe on the other hand. That's pretty good. I don't see Yisu. They might be raiding now. Oh yeah, Fisherman had a bug in Etherfont that I would actually like to see. So the explanation is, if you jump on a specific spot, you just die instantly. Oop, that's also a little bit... Huh! Oh, you're up there on the wall. I think I might know what's happening here. I have a guess. Let me just check something. So I'm pretty sure I remember this right. The important thing to me is you took a specific amount of damage. Oh, right, you can't take damage here, can you? Fall damage is true damage, right? Or unique damage, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. Fall damage doesn't happen in dungeons either. Oh yeah, that is a good point. That is a pretty good point. Then it is probably some sort of safety measure. I'm guessing this is your max HP? Like that, if that's the case, then yeah, it sounds pretty likely that it might have been intentional or something. Although, if it has been fixed since, maybe it was a bug. But then how did it do exactly that amount of damage? This is really weird. Exactly, 71,000. Like, if I switch to Summoner, I don't have, like, Bess. But I have like close to 70,000, so it seems possible. Licky says it might be bot prevention. Damage is intentional, not the walking on it part. Yeah, exactly. It might be bot prevention to prevent you from zoning, like teleporting out. But you're not supposed to be able to land there at all. Right. Yep, that makes sense. That does indeed make sense. Nice. You're saying it has since been fixed. Welcome back, Sin. We're taking a look at some clips, and this was a bug that Fish or Man discovered that basically made it... It has been fixed so that you could stand here on the wall. Technically, you can actually see, like, if you pay extremely close attention, you can actually see that they take like a little step up, like they're standing on the wall, which is okay. But then when they jump, they just go blap, which apparently is out of bounds prevention, so that a bot, for example, can't just teleport out of bounds and abuse that. And yeah, as Gazel says, the fix is you can't get up there anymore. So basically, when you jump and then land, then apparently the game like checks your coordinates and go, wait, you're not supposed to be standing there, and just BAP! Right. What else do we have here? We have a lot. Last week, and this is also something from Fisherman. Last week we were talking, I think it was, no, not last week, maybe it was in the Christmas special. We were talking about using Blue Mage actions, specifically the spell Wild Rage, which cuts your HP in half, and then spamming Revenge Blast by forcing your HP down in the threshold where you do crazy damage. I just want to reiterate that generally I don't watch these clips beforehand, so I will typically have to like figure out where the thing is. This is also the reason why why I said at the start of the stream that it helps me a lot if you tell me when or where the thing that is happening, so that I don't have to like search for it, because then we have to do it live. It does look like there's a heavy attempt to try and cast Wild Rage here. Where's your cast bar, by the way? You did cast it, but I can't see your cast bar. Do you not have a cast bar? I see you're casting Sonic Boom. Did you hide your cast bar? That's weirdly disorienting for me. Oh wait, it's there. Wait. So here you're casting Wild Rage to delete half of your HP. We weren't topped here, so I can't cast Wild Rage twice. Oh, that's why. Right, I was sitting here like, why did you cast Wild Rage when you're not able to... Like, is there some sort of gimmick here that's happening? But does that mean you're just waiting for your HP to come back up? Oh yeah, imagine intentionally setting your HP to, if I get hit by a fly, I die in a Savage boss fight. See, so there's a note here that says the first window would end. Okay, now that I know how these overhead warnings make sense, we can use them. See, there are 2 windows for Wild Rage. And 3 or 4 in total in this fight. But sadly, we were not at full HP here, so I could not Wild Rage twice, and I missed the first window. And then, it doesn't look like anyone else took the risk either. But I guess most of the other ones were like, well, we're not topped up, so we can't do it. First window would end here. And then there's a full heal. And the second one begins. Makes sense, you got chunked to low enough that you can Wild Rage to like 1% HP. Right, so just to reiterate for those that don't know what Wild Rage is Blue Mage spell number 110. What does it do? It pays half of your max HP to do a attack. You're not using it for this. Your aim... So the reason why you're not doing that is because the average potency of an attack for a Blue Mage is like 220 for like a spammable attack. And this one takes 5 seconds to do 500. It's too expensive for 250 potency per GCD in like equivalent. You're using it to use this, which is 500 potency for 1 GCD if you're near death, but only if you're near death, right? So you want to use Wild Rage. Either you want to use it twice in quick succession, so like drop to 1% HP, or you want to use it after the boss hits you down to around half HP, so you only have to Wild Rage once. That's the idea, and we were talking about this before the New Year's. And Fisherman had actual like proof of using it. Just don't die. I mean, true. See, so here's the second opportunity. Let's see. Players with a red debuff need to satisfy a mechanic before they can Revenge Blast. Right, because they're taking an AoE or something, right? I make a mistake here and lose casts. No! The extra funny thing here is because if you ever wondered if you had passive HP regen in boss fights, this is your proof. Our cameraman here has recovered nearly 4,000 HP by breathing. Yes, this window ends. Another 2-minute Moon Flute window starts. Oh. Here's another completely separate fight where this also is the case, I suppose. Most raid wights in this fight put you in Revenge Blast range. This is after Hello World 1. See, that is also a really good example. If you get chunked down to the Revenge Blast range itself, just naturally, then you can just... then you don't even need Wild Rage. Like that makes perfect sense. But it's of course hinging on your healers not just panicking and spam healing you. Let's see, Hestia take the first hit of the upcoming Tank Buster to get back into Revenge Blast range. Can I join you on the Tank Buster? Can I join you on the Tank Buster here? I just want to get bonked down to do more damage. Have you ever heard of Stand in the Fire as a damage gain? See, this is Blue Mage science. But see, this is actually a really interesting point, is that if the boss does a insane amount of damage regularly that puts you down to really low HP, but also does it in a really predictable way so that you can safely be near death for an extended period of time, then Revenge Blast is very good, right? It's just over double filler DPS at the very least. Just for this. Apparently leaving your heal on the Aether sub as a DPS gain in Holminster. It's like a DPS gain now, but then You know what must be really sad? Having Limit Break 3 in a Blue Mage party. That was really interesting. Having Limit Break 3 in a Blue Mage party is really sad because Blue Mages can't use Limit Break for some reason. They can't even use a DPS Limit Break. Space Queen says, how does Blue Mage solve the A12S mechanic? I'm guessing that the A12S mechanic that requires a tank Limit Break just requires you to take at least 80% less damage, which is what LB3 does for tanks. And Blue Mage has Diamondback, which reduces damage taken by 90%. So as long as it isn't an LB check, then it is fine. This is distinctly different to Seed of Sacrifice, where I believe the LB4 there checks whether you actually used tank Limit Break, and if you didn't, you die. Or, like, you don't die, it just resets anyway. Or something like that. It should be mentioned, just to add to what Ymir is saying, is that was synced. Because Blue Mages need to do stuff synced to get credit for their achievements and stuff. Yeah, the thing with Diamondback is that it is it's a lot. It has a cast time, so you have to use it in anticipation of the attack, or you have to use Swift Cast. It reduces damage taken by 90%, but you cannot do anything for 10 seconds. You can't even get rid of Diamondback. Like, this is not just a 10 second you take 90% less damage, or until you don't need it anymore, like, you know, like Passage of Arms, for example. This is, you take 90% less damage for 10 seconds, and you can't do anything at all. So you have to make sure you're using it at the right time. Also true, you could also combine it with Mighty Guard to make you only take, like... So Mighty Guard will reduce the remaining 10% damage by 40%, making you only take 6% damage. And if you really want to get funky with it as like a tank Blue Mage, you could also add Dragon Force on top of that. You're taking like 3%. Sin says, is there a way to remove arrow sounds while in combat when you button mash? Yes, but I can't remember. There is a setting, I think it's either somewhere /m error off. Yeah, for macros. I do remember that I saw it somewhere and then I forgot. But there is a way. I believe it is a text command you have to write. Licky posted it in Discord. Let's see. Where? Oh, you posted it long ago. Then it's going to be hard for me to find live. This somewhere, you can turn it off. But yeah, Blue Mage is weird. But Revenge Blast is really weird. And Wild Rage is extremely weird. It's like a scale. Just woo. Right, what else do we have? We have something from... We actually have a clip from Zip here. Zip, are you here? Could take his tanking clip. See if there's anything I can tell him he's doing wrong. You're everywhere. Okay. Well, let's do that then. Licky says, for the no error messages when you're mashing things, it's /action error off. That was interesting. Right, so we can start with that. I often talk about this particular pull when we start with this. I generally do this pull by using a ranged attack on one of them, provoke on the second, and then another ranged attack on the third. That's not because it's max DPS or whatever, it's simply because they're slightly spaced out, so you can't really cleave all of them with your AoE attack in a nice way. You have to position yourself quite specifically to do that. But in the way you did do the pull, the only problem here was that you were second guessing yourself on whether that one actually was going to follow you, I think. Because it took a moment to realize, oh, right, the tank came back. The choice to stay and do a second AoE attack is also fine. I would typically do that if I'm doing a big pull to be sure that no one steals aggro. But it looks like it didn't hit everything with it. Well, you saw it. Right, so your defensive cooldowns. Right, your Heart of Corundum has ended. You're using Nebula, that's good. I'll just give you a chance to do it yourself first. Sonic Break you didn't have to use because this is an AoE pull. I'm pretty sure just counting the mobs that the Demon Slice combo does more damage per GCD, like the 1-2 combo, than Sonic Break would do on a single mob. So even if you had like the perfect mob that would survive the full duration of Sonic Break, it wouldn't be worth it. However, 2 Rough Divides, Blasting Zone, and Bow Shock, and Bloodfest. You could have used those. I would have recommended using those. And Nebula ended. Are you going to use Heart of Corundum? Yes. Very nice. And you're also making use of Aurora, it seems. Which is very good. It is very good. And you used Camouflage as Heart ended. That's very nice. This, given that I have played a lot of content with Sip specifically, he usually heals. It does not surprise me that there's nothing really to talk about defensively, but there's something here about offense. Doesn't seem like there's any problems defensively. Like, you're actually doing your defensive cooldown cycling really nicely, but you really want to make sure you're using your cooldowns in your burst. Like Sonic Break, as I said, don't have to do that, but Blasting Zone, Bow Shock, and Rough Divides you should. So here you have a second opportunity you're using Heart, that's very nice. Generate some more resources, sure. You should use no mercy. Where's no mercy? No mercy? No mercy? Are we just not doing no mercy in this pull? I guess. I guess we're just not using no mercy here. No mercies? That Megamind meme. No mercies? Alejandro says about to enter boss, so I can see why. Yeah, so see, the thing is, I talked about this in a video from a while back about doing dungeons faster. The reason why you should use something like No Mercy on cooldown is for a few reasons. Now, let me start by just to demonstrate what I mean. I will go back to the first pull and just show you what I mean. I'll go through it fast. Oh, it's green now. Excellent. So here, right around when the pull is like properly started, no mercy is used, right? Go through the pull. Whoops. This might have taken a bit longer than it had to, for multiple reasons. No mercy is ready now. So we can probably assume that it'll take like a minute to deal with the next pack. So here, pull, like he starts pulling. It's fine. Pull the other mobs. Use no mercy now. Okay, so 148 is what we're looking for. 148. I'll let you know when no mercy would have been ready again. By the way, no mercy would have ended 10 seconds ago. 20 seconds ago. 30 seconds ago. And right now, no mercy would have been ready again. So it didn't actually matter that Zip saved no mercy for the boss, because it would have been ready again. And more importantly, as both Licky and BSR are bringing up, is typically in a dungeon, the scariest part about the dungeon is actually the trash packs and not the bosses. So you want to be sure that you kill the trash as quickly as possible to get away from the danger. And even if you can gain like 2 seconds on the boss, gaining those 2 seconds on the trash will clear the dungeon equally fast, Alejandro. A second thing about that is having no mercy in your opener on this boss is not going to give you additional no mercies. I'm going to claim that without even seeing when the boss fight ends. Zip is going to get the same amount of no mercies even if no mercy had been on like a 20-second cooldown when he pulled the boss. This is the reason why you should generally use your cooldowns on cooldown. Yeah, by the way, Alejandro, I'm not trying to like make you the villain or something. It's just presenting like my argument as the opposition to your argument, right? It's a discussion, you could say. Coco says, will you be buying an RTX 5090 with all the membership gifts? I wouldn't be able to buy such a graphics card with all the with the membership gifts. But no, I actually generally use the membership gifts for much more boring things like rent. Yeah, exactly. It's coaching and not flaming. Alejandro says that it depends on the group. Not really. Not really. Basically, if you're in a group where the group is capable of killing the mobs in 40 seconds so that no mercy wouldn't have been ready, then you would still want to use no mercy on cooldown, because the reason why the mobs are dying faster is because everyone's using their cooldowns. So that you can get to the boss quicker, so you can kill the boss quicker, so you can get to the next trash pack quicker, so you can kill that trash pack quicker. Basically, what I'm trying to get at is you should be optimizing your damage for where you are right now and not look too far ahead. Basically, it circles back to what I said in my recent video on Tanxiety. Don't try to get too smart about it. It's not as complicated as you think. It's actually not worth it to try and make sure that your burst is perfect for the opener on the boss. Just roll with it. And Yumi, it does seem like he was using Hawk on cooldown. Let's see, Orkney says, even if the pull would have been faster, entering the boss with a little cooldown left on No Mercy, the No Mercy would still align with the 2-minute buffs from the DPS, assuming they use their buffs when they're ready. Exactly. If you use everything exactly when you're supposed to from the start to finish, then your burst will align with the rest of your groups if they're also doing that, which will ultimately give you all more damage. However, what we can observe here is that... well, actually, that doesn't change anything, because due to the amount of time the packs up to this took, the 2-minute burst came up in the opener here anyway. Missed the fault in my opener. Oh, I'll go back to that then. And as BMO says, using caster limit break on trash is also far superior. Wait, what happened there? That looks right. You have the setup to have a proper striking dummy opener because you have no resources going into the fight, which I don't think I would have done personally. Now we have Bloodfest, No Mercy. Order doesn't matter if you're a slow Gunbreaker. And even if it did matter, you use No Mercy second, which would deal with fast Gunbreaker situations. Gnashing Fang, that's fine. Continuation. What? That double down? Nope, double down is there. Sonic Break. Into Blasting Zone, Bioshock. Double down into Rough Divide. More Gnashing Fang combo. More Gnashing Fang combo. Rough Divide. Rough Divide. Do you need that Rough Divide for something? Oh, don't want the Hyper Velocity either, eh? Whatever. You missed a Rough Divide and Hyper Velocity. Should have used those. Blasting Zone. Nice. This is an awkward time to have No Mercy, by the way. You imagine, you could have avoided this. Potentially. Who knows? You couldn't, because your No Mercy would have been available on the opener anyway, as we discovered. But maybe if you had started the fight with a little bit of cooldown on No Mercy, this wouldn't have been a problem. See, that is actually what I'm trying to circle back to when I say that it isn't as complicated as we try to make it, Alejandro. Is that if you're trying to optimize your cooldowns around, oh, well, I want my opener to be crisp, by saving them on the lead-up trash pack. On the other hand, using your cooldowns will change the kill time of stuff, which means that exactly when your cooldowns come up in the fight is different. So, like, there's a lot of unknowns that are nearly impossible to determine on the fly. This is also the reason why I said that we talked about on... I believe it was our daily stream 2 days ago, where I got all of my Dragoon cooldowns messed up in Thalia, where I was like, well, on the one hand, I could try and realign my cooldowns. On the other hand, most of the time, it's better to just use everything on cooldown anyway. And that also applies to here. So that's why it gets a little weird like that. You remember to get the Rough Divide there. That's good, at least. I wonder why you forgot the second Rough Divide in your opener. But yeah, that's the reason. And yeah, I also love the Hyper Velocity sound. It's very satisfying. For the most part, this was fine. Yeah, I'm going to focus primarily on the offense. It does seem like Sip knows what he's doing defensively, but there's something sometimes with the offense. Up Grundam and cooldown, nice. Blasting Zone, Rough Divide. Blasting Zone, Rough Divide. No. It says, I hate this combined mechanic because it only appears when group doesn't have enough DPS and I don't remember the order. It's the small shards first and then the big ones. I believe they also spawn in that order. Also, yeah, no double down. Nice catch. No double down, no rough divide, no blasting zone. So the double down, I'm guessing that Zip missed genuinely. However, I just want to go back to here. A reason. So I don't know if it's common, but a reason that some gunbreakers don't use Blasting Zone and Rough Divide on AoE is because they see this many targets, right? They see all of this and go, Blasting Zone on who? Like, does it matter? Yes. Rough Divide on who? Does it matter? Yes. All of these mobs, all of these up here, are going to die long before these two. Unless you're actively making an effort to kill them faster. So if you Blasting Zone that guy with the most HP, and then you can, I imagine it would drop below the other one, and then you just switch to the second highest mob and then Rough Divide on that one. Like, you should use your single target cooldowns on AoE as well. Sonic Break, maybe not, but Blasting Zone and Rough Divide are basically free. And also, just highlighting, I did notice you have been using No Mercy this time, so that's good. That's good. However, you could have used Bloodfest here. Whoops, I did not mean to press that. You could use Bloodfest in that pull. So, something that is... So, you may have noticed that if I'm, like, doing a dungeon or something, like, if you've seen me play off-stream, some of you have played with me off-stream, I'm almost always playing Warrior, or maybe Paladin if we're doing Expert Roulette, if I'm the tank. Part of the reason for that is because I find... I myself find it a bit awkward sometimes to... plan my cooldowns as, say, Gunbreaker in a dungeon, so it's just find it easy to play Warrior. By the way, at this point in a fight, I would actually say... at this point, I would stop spending cartridges. I just generate more, just accumulate so that I have some for the boss fight. If you do that, then you can have the feeling of, like, having an extra Bloodfest in a way. You don't need all of those cartridges, but hey, the thing is, if you had used Bloodfest in that pack you just fought, then you wouldn't have had Bloodfest for the opener. So I think the reason why, I'm guessing, Sip, that you're saving Bloodfest is because you're like, but I need my Bloodfest for my opener because I don't have any cartridges in my opener. But if you had collected 3 cartridges in the lead up in the fight just before, then it wouldn't have mattered that you used Bloodfest on that pack. Like, if you enter the fight with 3 cartridges already, then it's like as if you had already used Bloodfest, like just before the fight. I can see a reason to sit on a Rough Divide here. Now the question is whether it actually ends up paying off. It didn't? Well, actually it didn't cost anything as far as I can see for the most part. But I could see why you might want to sit on one. Now, because of all the movement here. Now the question is whether you feel confident to use them. But overall, that looked fine. Nice. Safe 2 AoE steps. Double down. Bloodfest. Double down. Bloodfest. Double down. Why are you doing this? Why? Double down's very sad. It just got forgotten. And also Bloodfest. So, here's the thing. And I also talked about this in my video about doing pulls faster in dungeon, or like clearing dungeons faster. And you can almost see this throughout the dungeon. If Bloodfest had been used now, like right around when No Mercy was used, it would have been ready here. Just like No Mercy would. So that was 2 minutes. How long did this boss fight take? Let's see. This is 2 minutes in. So what would happen is, oops, Bloodfest and No Mercy are ready. So now you're back to the start. Now you basically reset completely. So if you use Bloodfest and No Mercy on this upcoming pull, which you don't, we already know that, then 2 minutes later, so I'll check exactly when that would be. So around here, you would probably use No Mercy and Bloodfest. I would. So there you use No Mercy, you could use Bloodfest with that. So 39. Where are we at 7:39? Here's when Bloodfest would have been ready again. Right as you go up to the boss. So you've lost 2 Bloodfests so far, which is 6 Faded Circles. Or 2 Faded Circles and 2 Double Downs. And then you have your opener, where you use Bloodfest, at 7:55, which means that it would have been ready here when the boss died. Like I'm of course this is general advice, not necessarily only SIP that can use this, but like observe that on average you can use your 2-minute cooldowns 1 pack and then like for the boss it's ready again. It's quite wild that. So if you used Bloodfest not here, but here, so you used No Mercy there, so 2 minutes later, where are you 2 minutes later? Oh, that's right when the boss spawns. That's exactly when the boss spawns. So you could have used Bloodfest here. So that's what I mean when I say you have to like just focus on the here and now. Most packs take around a minute from start to finish. So you have 2 packs, that's 2 minutes. And yeah, no double down again. And part of the reason is that Sip is using Faded Circle the instant that he has a cartridge, so he keeps running into the problem where he doesn't have any cartridges, but the reason he doesn't have any cartridges is he's bending them when he's getting them, and he shouldn't do that. Like, if No Mercy isn't running, like if No Mercy isn't active, then Faded Circle should only be used to vent resources. Which means you should only click Faded Circle on an AoE pull when No Mercy isn't active if your next GZE is Demon Slaughter, so the step 2, and you have 3 cartridges, so you have to use Faded Circle. Otherwise, you should just stockpile and just save so that, I don't know, you could use No Mercy, right? Which you're not, by the way, again. PSR says, this pull is also where you can actually use Dark Mind on trash. Oh yeah, there's some magic damage here. Or is that the last pull? Oh yeah, there's 1 mob casting Scathe. But yeah, you should not be spending if you're not in No Mercy. Only venting. You know, it's like Among Us. Venting. Right, and here we are again. You would have had Bloodfest if you had used it on the first pack after the boss. There's a lot of things. Are you asking what venting means, Xanadus? Or are we memeing? Just checking. guy is sus. Bum 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 bum. Alright, just making sure none of those. I could imagine there will be some people that don't know, so I'd rather ask than ignore it, just in case. Yeah, it looks like the primary problem, Sib, is that you're really losing out on massive amounts of damage on trash packs. That is like the prime problem that you should probably work on, Sib. Like a lot more aggressive with your cooldowns. A lot more aggressive with your cooldowns. It's like you missed out on at least 3 Bloodfests. And I think 3 double downs, but I didn't count exactly. At least 3 double downs, I'm pretty sure. Which is a huge amount of potency. And then also sometimes your No Mercies just weren't very optimized. So like that's my general advice on this is you reach the step where you have finished your pull, like you reach where you're going to AoE them. You know, as I can see, Sip, I see that you know and understand the importance of an opener. The problem is that you're being a little too strict with yourself on that. You're making sure that you don't have any cartridges in your opener, because if you do, it messes with your opener. And you don't really have a plan when you go into trash packs. And because you don't have a plan and you're used to having an opener, you forget things. You forget to use double down, and you just throw your cartridges out because Fated Circle is cooler. What you need to do is, when you are in a dungeon, you have to think of the AoE packs as a pull itself. They also have an opener. It's just that they are a little less strict. Which means that when you reach your destination, you go Demon Slice. And then you go, maybe you already have a cartridge, then you don't Bloodfest immediately, but you go like Demon Slice, No Mercy, Fated Circle, for example, who cares? And then you Bloodfest double down, right? And OGZ in between. But the point is that you have to view the AoE as an opener itself as well, so you're maximizing that damage too. And as both BSR and Licky also highlighted, and I'm sure they weren't the only ones, maximizing your damage on the trash packs is more important than maximizing your damage on the boss or bosses. It helps to get through the dungeon faster by doing that. And in addition to this, because you also know this, I can see you know this on a boss, on a single target boss, you realize, oh, I can't spend all of my cartridges on Burst Strike in my filler, because if I do that, then I don't have resources for my No Mercy Burst. So you don't do it. But on AoE, again, you don't really have a plan as you go in. Ironically, or maybe at least weirdly, the 3 cartridges you might generate outside of No Mercy on AoE, you're using those for your reopener on the next trash pack or on the boss. As Gazel says, don't you have resources in a reopener? You would normally, but Sip has intentionally adjusted his playstyle so that he does not have any resources when he enters a boss fight. So that is not actually a reopener, it is an opener. And for those that are wondering, what's a reopener? If you're in a trial or a normal raid or something, it isn't unusual, sometimes in dungeons, bosses do it too, the boss becomes entirely untargetable. After that, sometimes you will do what is called a reopener. Some people also refer to the 2-minute burst as a reopener because it's technically the opener but better, because you're redoing it with resources already built, which is also what happens after the downtime in a boss fight. So in a dungeon, you would typically open on a boss fight with a reopener rather than a proper opener, because you brought resources from the trash pack just before. This leads to things like Warrior being able to bring 100 Beast Gauge into their opener if they want, or Gunbreaker being able to bring 3 cartridges into their opener and Bloodfest. It allows Black Mage to start with, as Cole says, full Umbral Hearts, full Polyglots and everything. And so on and so forth. The side effect of this is some jobs more than others have a very different reopener than their actual opener. Which means, for example, that a Gunbreaker that enters a boss fight with 3 cartridges and No Mercy at the ready. If I was doing that, if I already had 3 cartridges and No Mercy, I would probably just walk up to the boss and do Keen Edge. And then straight into the burst. The only reason why I would use Keen Edge instead of just, No Mercy, Gnashing Fang, is because I want to be sure that No Mercy comes out at the right time. So I'd rather make sure that Keen Edge is used to check, alright, I'm in range, now we go. And then you just do Gnashing Fang, Blasting Zone, and Continuation and Sonic Break, and 2 OGZDs double down, and then Bloodfest, and 2 OGZD, and an OGZD, and then you finish this, and then you can do the triple burst strikes, which normally you can only do 2 minutes into a fight, which is the reopener or 2-minute burst of Gunbreaker, where you have 3 and get an extra 3. And because you get this many cartridges, it actually doesn't matter where you are in your 1, 2, 3 combo when you start the 2-minute burst, because those 3 GZDs you're supposed to go Brutal Shell, Solid Barrel, Burst Strike, with the reason why you're starting by going 1, 2, and then in. They're eaten up by those additional burst strikes. They eat up the Solid Barrel, potentially the Keen Edge after, so you don't have the need for it. But yeah, that would be the biggest advice, I think. The best you could do to get better runs as Gunbreaker Zip is use your cooldowns a lot more aggressively. It doesn't matter whether you have No Mercy and everything ready for your opener on the boss. It's actually better for you if you get used to the fact that you might not have that, because sometimes your group doesn't clear the pack so perfectly as they did here. I'm actually quite impressed that your group, which also included Aradel, by the way, managed to clear the packs almost exactly in 1 minute and 1 minute, and then the boss in 2 minutes. That is actually quite impressive how exactly perfect that was. I've described this as an approximation in my guides, that you can typically expect the 2 pulls to be around 2 minutes, and then the boss around 2 minutes. But you can't always rely on that, and some fights usually drags out at times. But this was perfect, as BSR says, developer-intended levels of DPS. Very, very nice. But yeah, maybe you get something out of it, Sid. But you try and use your cooldowns more, and don't get too attached to the opener as written. A thing that you might also be interested in understanding, just for your own mental peace, is that it's not that important the exact order you're using your OGZDs in and GZDs in your opener. It's not that important unless you're in a Savage Raid or something and trying to maximize your damage. No one's going to notice if you're using Double Down before Sonic Break unless we're specifically watching for it. I would not have said anything. I would maybe have said, you're using Double Down first. But I was looking for whether you were using everything, not what order you were using it in. You were correctly using Sonic Break and Double Down before you finished the Gnashing Fang combo, which is good. But you don't have to memorize the exact order. If it gives you a bit more thinking space to think of it in a more open way, then I would suggest doing that for the future. Yeah. I think this is pretty good, because normally when we're on these clips, what happens is that the person isn't remembering their defensive cooldowns, but the DPS cooldowns are crisp, like they're exactly, because maybe they have practiced with the DPS beforehand, so they know exactly, oh, I use all of my damage cooldowns, like, they're thinking of tanking as a DPS first and a tank second. And it does not surprise me that Sip is thinking about a tank as a tank first and a DPS second, just like he thinks of a healer as a healer first and a DPS second. Fisherman says, I don't know if you ever touched on this, but do you think jobs should start with full resources after a reset? Like Gunbreaker with cartridges, Scholar with ether flow, etc. They eventually gave Sage resources to start. They also eventually gave Paladin full gauge to start. I think the point that they're making with that is so when a Sage enters a raid, they get their 3 resources immediately, and then they get 1 every 20 seconds. That is like basically how the entire fight is going to go. They also get their stings. That one is more complicated. Scholar, if they started with 3 ether flow, we both know, Fisherman, we both know that the Scholar, what they would do with it would be broil, energy drain, broil, energy drain, broil, energy drain, ether flow, energy drain, broil, energy drain, broil, energy drain, dissipation. And now they have 3 ether flow. Like, the Scholar would immediately be looking for somewhere to throw that resource. And a bunch of other jobs would do the same. I think actually a lot of jobs would feel awkward if they started with a full gauge. Because they're designed to not do that. Like, Scholar is designed without 3 ether flows before fighting starts, and then they have to use ether flow because then it means they get 3 every minute. Sage starts with 3, but they only get 1 every 20 seconds, so as long as they're only spending 1 every 20 seconds, it doesn't really matter. They're still getting the same inflow, right? They're not like standing there waiting to spend it on something immediately. Astrologian starts with 3 cards in the same way, but they get like a gradual flow. But White Mage would probably feel very weird if they started with 3 lilies, because then their opener would literally be blub, 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 misery, right? Just heal, 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 misery. Like, that would also be incredibly weird, right? Like, if a White Mage was offered, would you like to start with the Blood Lily or 3 lilies? They would probably always say, just give me the Blood Lily, man. I'm going to make it into that in the opener. We both know that. Like, White Mage, if they got this, would probably, their opener would be like, Glare, Dia, 3 times Lily, and then just blast, right? Imagine Machinist starting with full gauge, just Automaton Queen immediately, so that they can generate more battery. Like, the thing with all of these jobs that I'm listing are that their opener is distinctly assuming that you don't have resources, and some of them are specifically making sure to spend some of them leading up to their reopener or their 2-minute burst and things like that. Like, they're expecting to not have it. Like, if Warrior started with 100 Beast Gauge, they would still go one. They would probably still go 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, that's also true, Licky. White Mage would just use 3 lilies in the pull timer. But if White Mage started with 3 lilies, they would probably remove the mechanic where you still get Blood Lily credit out of combat. A particular one that I was thinking of that might be nice is if Dragoon started with like 1 of these. Like, I think that would be nice, but that would be really weird. Like, the simple fact that Dragoon would feel a lot smoother if they started with half of their resources, I think that says a lot about how awkward it is, right? How weird it is. And that is also what circles back to, I think we talked about this near the start of the stream, why Dragoon is up for a rework in the next expansion. It works, but it's weird. Like, it works, but it's weird. And incidentally, that is exactly how Summoner worked before its rework in Endwalker. In Shadowbringers, Summoner worked, but it was really weird. Like, it had a lot of bugs and glitches with it that you just had to know and play around. A core example is ghosting. Does everyone know what ghosting is in Final Fantasy XIV terms? Just to explain it shortly, I don't know if I can actually demonstrate this quickly enough. Nope, I could not. Maybe I can get a second try at it. I'll just demonstrate it, or try to demonstrate it. That is ghosting. So, ghosting has nothing to do with dating or parties. It has everything to do with your pet. The pet is ghosting you on your date, as Ymir also mentions. It's when your pet ignores you. The way ghosting works is when you order your pet to do something, then the cooldown for said thing and your payment, which could be an OGCD for example, has already been spent. But the pet is doing it, like, when it comes to that in its, like, priority list. But if that time is so late that the pet doesn't actually exist anymore by that point, then either option 1, the pet disappears without ever reaching it, but you don't get the cooldown refunded, or option 2, which was what happened with Bahamut here, it actually does the animation, but the pet is gone and not actually performing the attack anymore, so the animation plays but 0 damage is dealt. That's ghosting. It's really hard to do now because pets are insanely responsive. The only way you can actually make it happen is by intentionally doing something weird. But the reason why this used to be a problem is because before Endwalker, your pet, so your Eggy, or a carbuncle, or whatever it is, had 4 things to do for you every minute. And you just threw it out the window. Like, every 60 seconds, you just yeeted it out the window for 15 seconds. And if it was in the middle of something in that very moment, you don't get a refund. And the same thing applied to Bahamut and Phoenix. If they hadn't finished something because you called Enkindle too late, sucks. In fact, your pet also had Enkindle to use every few minutes. And Devotion. And yeah, a good example of that, as Tay says, it keeps happening when I try to do Whispering Dawn and Dissipation in the same window. And yeah, you generally, the easiest way to avoid ghosting problems with pets in Final Fantasy XIV is don't weave a pet command in the same GCD that you're replacing your pet or removing your pet. Give them a GCD. One GCD. If you do that, then you should generally never have ghosting problems. And often it's not even necessary. Yeah. Like, you can see on the jobs that have been drastically reworked, when we look back on it, that they all had some hyperjank in them. Summoner had their ghosting, among other things. Paladin had its insane rotations. Like, if you were doing a fast Paladin, you had to, you needed, an 18-second early fight or flight, which is insane. And if you were slow Paladin, you had one of the most convoluted rotations in the game, in my opinion. Monk had this thing with Greased Lightning, which would always just screw you over if the boss had the audacity to have a cutscene at all. in the middle of the fight. Just, sorry, you have to start your rotation over. And then they also had Tornado Kick, which spent the Greased Lightning, which was also awkward. So it makes sense with some of these jobs, why and how they were reworked. As if it still doesn't screw Black Mages over to this day. The thing is that Black Mage can recover in 3 seconds approximately. 3.5 seconds at worst. Monk to recover from their Greased Lightning just going, they had to have perfect balance and 3 GCDs, if not 4 in Shadowbringers, or they needed 12 GCDs to recover. And these were gradually faster because you have to remember, Greased Lightning stacks used to give each effect gradually. They also increase your damage done, but the point is that if you lost your Greased Lightning stacks unintentionally for any reason, it hurt Monk incredibly much. Which, to the point that it would make sense that monks might be at a disadvantage, like DPS-wise, if the boss had a cutscene. Like, yes, Black Mage also doesn't like that, but it doesn't get hurt that much. Like, on the other hand, it's not like Red Mage isn't hurt by a cutscene. In that cutscene, Red Mage's cooldowns are ticking up and being ready again, and Red Mage isn't generating any mana, so they might get their burst completely offset. Meanwhile, Black Mage is like, shucks, guess I have 1 less polyglot for my burst. So, like, Black Mage has, like, a give and take in that regard. But yeah, to the question of should jobs start, like, a blanket statement, should jobs start with, like, full resources? Who was it that said Bart with the 3 song things? Yeah, Eaterit said maybe Bart should start with 3 song stickers. I think that's pretty good. However, I also think that the Radiant Finale is fine as it is. However, if we gave everyone resources, it only makes sense that Bard starts with full Apex Arrow, Soul Voice Gauge, and Radiant Finale at full blast. Like, if everyone's getting it anyway... And the funny thing is that the jobs that are the most confusing in this aspect are those that have some sort of, like, setup before they start. Like, for example, Samurai would be very strange if it started with full 3 Zen and a full Kenki gauge and 3 meditation stacks, because you still want to get gets and you still want to get your Fugets and Fuka buffs up before you start blasting, right? You still want to do that. It's a little weird. So, like, I can see how it makes sense, the jobs that get a full gauge at the start, and I can see why the rest don't get that. And normally, these things for Samurai, they can happen in, like, an expert roulette, and they're still a little awkward, but the thing is, in an expert roulette, sometimes Samurai will enter the boss fight with the damage and speed buffs active, and 3 stickers, and a lot of Kenki, and maybe even meditation finished. So, like, because the buffs are up, they're basically not making an opener. They already started it. Fisherman says, on Samurai, hit a striking dummy and take your buffs into the instance. It would work. That is true. That would actually work. Could you imagine? Like, actually, I think this is an excellent example, excellent demonstration of if I ever see a samurai do this intentionally and then getting mad at someone who's watching the cutscene because my buffs are running out, then I think the speedrunner optimization mentality we have in Final Fantasy XIV has gone too far. Then I think it has gone too far. Like, significantly too far. Like, not just I think we should wind that back a little bit. Like, I'm like, we shouldn't even have been able to reach this point. Twin Snakes would end before your loading screen. That is true. You also probably wouldn't be able to enter with Umbral Ice or something, even if it reset. Like, I do think that one resets, but you get what I mean. Maybe Warrior could like build up Surging Tempest to 60 seconds, so you have that. And I think that's when we've gone too far. That is something like that reminds me of. So I'm sure there's actually people, a lot of players. Yes, as I could take 60-second Surging Tempest into dungeons. I think you can. And if you're really sweaty tryhardy, maybe you could even do it in an extreme trial or something. I don't know if that one actually explicitly resets everything. Does it work in Savage and Ultimate too? Nope, it does not work. Does not work. And just deletes it. The reason why I had a little bit of an expectation it could work is because just, I think 2 days ago, I entered Thalea, I think it was Thalea, with a Sage Shield. Yeah, I think it's for the best that that stuff doesn't work. Could you imagine every pull you have to zone out so that the warrior can get its Surging Tempest buff up early, and the samurai can set up its damage buff for its first GZD, just the first one. It would suck. Like, that would be worse than if you could use Infuriate out of combat. Joni says, if you get through the loading with Twin Snakes still on, you could maybe an Atman. Yeah, you could possibly maintain it for third. Like, if you can get in just in time to press an Atman, that would work. Yeah, it's probably for the best that it doesn't work like that, don't you think? I think so, at least. Yeah, I think overall that the jobs that don't get their resource as they enter, I think there's actually also a correlation there, or a connection as to who gets and who doesn't. Which jobs get their full gauge when they enter a dungeon or a raid or a trial? Paladin, Sage. That's everything, right? Astrologian, technically, because you can, draw a card and wait for it. I don't think that counts in the same way. But Paladin and Sage flat out just go, welcome. There you go. The key thing they have in common is that their resource cannot be used offensively. So the worst that can happen is that you don't use the resource in your opener. So that means Monkey Paw Wish Scholar could technically get to have 3 Aether Flow as they zone in, but it'll cost you energy drain. Would people trade that? Would they want that? Oh, it was P12. Thank you, Cat Damon. I couldn't remember exactly. Fisherman's passes already carry over resources from phase 1 to phase 2 in fights with door bosses. They probably wouldn't be too upset about reinstancing. I think what you have to keep in mind there, Fisherman, is that they're doing that because they have to, not because they want to. I've talked about this before. Infuriate used to be usable outside of combat. I don't remember if it was before Stormblood, or if you could also do it in Stormblood. But apparently, the Heavensward opener for a warrior was like 45 seconds. Because you used Infuriate, which gave you 5 of your, like, stacks, because there was no gauges back then. No, 45 seconds was plenty, I'll explain. So, the way that the warrior used to work is that every time you did certain actions, it gave you a stack of a buff. This buff gave you some stats, notably in the tank stance, it made you receive more healing. In the damage stance, it made you do bigger crits or something like that. It's not super important, but what matters is that these stacks lasted 30 seconds and was refreshed by getting another stack. You needed 5 stacks to use a spender like Fellcleave, and using all 5 stacks, of course, meant you reset back down to 0. So, because it lasts 30 seconds, what you would do is you would use Infuriate 45, or rather like 44.9 seconds before pull. And then, like 0.1 second before the stacks would end, you would use, like, Vengeance. Because Vengeance back then gave you 1 stack, which incidentally would reset your stacks. So that they were 30 seconds again on 5. And then you could pull with 5 stacks in your opener. And then 15 seconds into your opener, where Berserk, which back then just gave you like 50% more attack power. So like basically made you do 50% more damage for 20 seconds. You would still be able to sneak in an extra Fellcleave right there before Berserk ended. But that required a 45-second opener to do. Now, someone who doesn't Savage Raid would probably think that's absolutely insane. But if you have an Astrologian in your Savage Raid group and you're, pushing for maximum damage, you have to wait 30 seconds for them to draw a card and wait for their next card to be ready. Before you can, pull for real. And other jobs also have rather, like, if you want a dancer to do the actual maximum possible damage they can possibly do, they need a 45-second pull timer. Because they can do standard step, 2 steps, get their buff up, and then they can have the standard finish buff on their first GCD, which is standard finish. Which they have to use 15 seconds before pull starts. But the damage gain there is so small that most groups can't be bothered. But if you were passing, then that could be the difference between a 99 and a 100, right? Or a 91 and a 92, because one group's dancer did it and the other one didn't. So you want to do everything. So there's a huge difference between, well, the parsers do the thing and the parsers want to do the thing. Because I think if when you entered phase 2, all of your resources and buffs and everything would just reset, I don't think the parsers would mind. I think they would just go, oh, whew, then we can deal with phase 1 and 2 as two completely separate encounters. Like, when you really think about it. They probably wouldn't care or miss it. Yeah, and also Licky has caught on to it. Well, I would gladly lose energy drain for more broil potency. And exactly, Matthew, you'd get 3 ether flows you can't use for anything. Because it's the, like, as I said, the reason why Paladin is perfectly fine to enter a dungeon with full Oath Gauge is because the only thing they can use it on is Holy Sheltron, which means that the reason why Paladin gets full Oath Gauge when they enter a dungeon is because, well, Warrior starts with Bloodwetting not on cooldown, right? And Dark Knight starts with full MP and TBN not on cooldown, right? And Gunbreaker can use Heart of Corundum immediately in their, like, when they enter, right? So if Paladin had to generate Oath Gauge when they enter, that wouldn't be fair, because technically Holy Sheltron is it has approximately 22.4 seconds of cooldown, but the cooldown only ticks when you're auto-attacking something. And then you can have 2 charges. So giving Paladin their Oath Gauge at the start doesn't give them any inherent advantage, it actually just evens out any potential disadvantage they would have had otherwise. The same applies with Sage. If Sage started with 0 Adderskull compared to Scholar, Scholar gets 3, just, there you go, welcome to the welcome to the boss fight, because they use Ether Flow immediately. If Sage had to wait 20 seconds in combat, of course, would be the stipulation here, to get there first, well, then they would be severely at a disadvantage compared to Scholar. Furthermore, because Sage's resource generates while not in combat, if they didn't generate their resource when they, like, when the boss reset or when you enter a dungeon or whatever, then whenever you're zoned into a raid, and after every wipe, you would have to wait about a minute for the Sage's resources. Which again would kind of suck. So basically, the way they've balanced this is any resource that you could generate while not in combat, except draw for some reason, we'll just give you that one. That you just have it. Whatever, doesn't matter. You just have that. The rest of them you have to generate yourself. But if you could feasibly generate an infinite amount of this resource without ever engaging the boss, then you would be then there's no reason to, like, force you to wait for that. Fisherman says, I was thinking more about Sage's stings, but I guess those are damage neutral. And I've still seen Sages applying shields for more stings. That's true. The stings, as I also said earlier, are a little bit of a different beast. I think the argument there is that giving you those is such a minuscule thing that it's probably fine. There's also the argument that most bosses open with a raid wide, right? Very common that they open with a raid wide. You take your Sage and you just use Eucration Diagnosis on all 8 party members. I can almost guarantee you that 3 of them is going to break. So you could prepare yourself to get 3 adder stings before the fight begins. So you could set up the situation where you would get those immediately anyway. So again, it isn't that massive of a reward. It's more like it removes some tedium and instead makes it feel a little bit better. Oh yeah, did Sage start with 3 adder stings in patch 6.0? Like in start of Endwalker, or was that something they added later? I feel like it was something they added later. But yeah, it makes sense. It was a later change. Because if sages relied on this, then it would mean that sages' mobility, like their actual mobility in a raid, was directly tied to whether the boss opened with a raid wide. And if the boss didn't, then Scholar would have a distinct advantage over Sage because of this. Which is weird. So I can, like... The thing is that it is a little bit unfair. Because I'm obviously arguing from the future on this. It's very easy to go after the change has been made and go, well, that makes perfect sense because... Right? Like, that like, in hindsight, it makes sense why they did this. But we can also see, in hindsight, and future sight, that all of the remaining resources that haven't got this treatment are offensive resources that you would generate anyway, but only in combat. And Astrologian's cards for some reason, but technically that's also an offensive cooldown. Technically, like if you're going to be really pedantic, the reason why you don't get your first card just is because it's an offensive cooldown. But it makes no sense. Like personally, I feel like when you zone into a dungeon or a raid, or when you respawn, it should just give you the card because you can draw while not in combat. So why should we sit and wait for those 30 seconds? That makes no sense. How many clips did we have? We have 3. Maybe they should rework cards. Maybe they'll do that. I have actually suggested they do that. I feel like... I think this one is the newest one of them. Or the oldest one, I should say. How about we take that one? Is Merfolk still here, or did they leave? In which case, there's no point in me taking this one specifically. If only there was an upcoming expansion with changes to Astrologian already announced. Oh, yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? That would be really great. Could you imagine? They could call it like Dusk Path. I think that's a good name. Yeah. Evening Road. Night Road. I'm guessing that Merfolk is not here. How about Viech? Have we lost Viech? You're here. Okay. Mayor Clanger says, I know the issues people have with Dragoon, but what do people want to change about Astrologian? Well, it's not so much about what people want to change about Astrologian, it's more about what the developers feel isn't working. The problem with Astrologian is that in a game that is so strict and set in stone, a job that has a random chance to just not be as strong, like specifically by their cards randomness, has a severe disadvantage compared to the jobs that don't have that problem. And the only way to balance this is if the random job is stronger than the other jobs when it's good. But obviously it has to be weaker when it's bad. That is one thing. Now, the actual problem is probably mainly that Astrologian isn't exactly satisfying a lot of players' fantasy of Astrologian. What I mean by that is, on the one hand, it would be nice if it was less random for a lot of players. On the other hand, a lot of players would like it if it was more random, because Astrologian used to be a lot more random. You could get cards for jobs you aren't even duty with. That, you could say, but it basically didn't put it like this. If you want to do the maximum possible damage, you would probably prefer if you got melee cards primarily. In like a Savage Raid, for example. You would probably prefer that because melee DPS jobs tends to do slightly more personal damage. Maybe if you have a Black Mage in your party, you would prefer ranged cards. But the point is that you can get the wrong cards. Fisherman says, what issues have people been mentioning with Dragoon? Well, as I said, it's just Dragoon has a really, really weird like toolkit with how its Geishgagul works with jump, and then it makes its opener weird as a result, among other things. Again, I'm not a Dragoon main, so I wouldn't know. By the way, so Viek managed to solo 04S with Paladin and wanted to show us. So we're seeing this. I'm both interested in seeing the first phase and the second phase, because the second phase, when you're doing it unsynced with a full group these days, is like a mad dash if your group does not have any idea how to do the mechanics. The first phase you can usually end before he does anything particularly threatening in a full party, or at least a not solo party. So I am curious if there's anything that is particularly brutal when alone. I also think it's very interesting with this dual cast mechanic. Yeah, I think Fisherman, that just like with Summoner, it's like some awkward jank that is hard to describe. But technically, there isn't a problem with it. Like, there are a lot of Dragoon mains that like it the way that it is. That's why it's scary that it's getting reworked. Cat Damon says, that's some big numbers. They're actually quite big. Viek, do you play on a console? Or do you play like on a PC, but with a controller? I'm guessing you're playing on a console because I see the PlayStation icon specifically. I don't know if there's a sign where we'd be able to see it. You play on console with a controller. In that case, I'm assuming that you're the couch gamer as well. So then it would make sense that you need to have things a little bit bigger to be able to actually see what you're dealing with. If the TV or something is a little bit away or something. I'm guessing. A particular mechanic that I was surprised didn't come up is that there's this mechanic where he hurts you a lot, and then he... You've never used Lali Ho? Really? There's a mechanic where he hurts you a lot, and then does a thing where you become petrified for a bit if you're not fully healed. And it didn't even happen because it did so little damage. It's pretty funny. Oh yeah, Seiryu could also be soloed. I remember months ago that I tried it and had like just barely didn't make a check or something. But now you could probably absolutely do it. Emia says, would this be easier or harder on Gunbreaker? I think that depends on how many times Viek has to cast Clemency. Oh, there's a cut there. Not a first try clear. By the way, just a question, just a quick question, Viek. Why is your oath gauge all the way over here. Wouldn't it make more sense to place it down here, where your bars are and stuff? Just curious, because I was like, it was completely hidden for me over there. Just got used to it being over there. Fair enough. As long as you don't forget about it, then that's of course fine. Grand Cross Alpha. I suppose this would be easier if you're alone, in a way. As long as you don't get the mechanic, a mechanic that requires another player. What? Did you not stop fast enough? So, I just want to rewind for this, because there might be some people in the chat that has never seen this fight. Grand Cross Alpha basically he just goes into the bucket and just grabs like a bunch of debuffs and just gives everybody something. You get like 2 debuffs, I think. You're really good at playing on controller one-handed. What? You mean me? But you can see, like, here you get like a whole bunch of debuffs, and the blue wound determines a mechanic you have to be hit by later, if I remember correctly. The two AoEs later. And Acceleration Bomb is the dice mechanic. It is often called Acceleration Bomb as well. I believe Off Balance makes it so that when you get hit, you get a huge knockback. And Hysteria just makes you run in the direction, as you can see. And you can see that right there in the center of the arena, there's a little dot. If you stand on that, you are certain that you will not run off the arena. But remember, each person in your 8-man raid gets like 3 debuffs, and they're not all the same. So each person has to do something slightly different. You see, so this was, let me just rewind that real quick, just to be sure. So you can see this, it's very small, I'm sure. There's a little triangle thing up here in blue. If you get hit by the same icon, you die. The reason why that is important is because a later mechanic applies a debuff to some players in the raid that makes it so that you can't die, but if you don't die, like take lethal damage within a certain amount of time, you will just die after that. Like, they give you a Walking Dead kind of inverse mechanic. So you might have to, like, take the wrong attack intentionally as a mechanic, which is really interesting, just by design, in my opinion. Is he holding a D20 and a D4? I guess. I think he says she'd I hope mom isn't looking. She'd think you can pause online games. Oh boy. Could you imagine? Right. So there. The Beyond Death debuff was the one that I was mentioning just before. I didn't notice, but has Clemency been cast yet? Look at me, I'm a Dark Knight. Has Clemency been cast? Nope. Right, so the question Ymir asked, would this be easier or harder with a Gunbreaker? If you don't need a if you don't need Clemency, then it's just about the healing that a Paladin could casually do. And if Holy Sheltron isn't being used on cooldown, then it's the same in that Like, as long as it isn't healing that you're needing, then Gunbreaker can probably keep up with that as well. There's Divine Veil and some more Holy Spirit a little bit. Yeah, that is the problem, because Gunbreaker has less... Like, at peak, I think Gunbreaker has less burst healing than Paladin. Even without Clemency. So that would be the primary concern if a Gunbreaker should do this. Grand Cross Delta, here we go again. Oh, was that Grand Cross Alpha again? I didn't read it right. Yeah, exactly. Gunbreaker has ACOG, which is the reason why I'm like, it matters. It's important that you can see that Viech isn't using Holy Shiltron as often as they can. Because if they were, then it would matter that Holy Shiltron actually heals for more than Heart of Corundum, and is available more often. About like 1 GCD earlier every time, assuming you have full uptime when you're attacking, which you don't. But it's close. Holy Shiltron is 1000 cure potency per use, and Heart of Corundum is 900. And also, by the way, that is crazy. I've never had a fight on O4S go this long, because I've only done it unsynced. And usually, the clear hinged on whether we were safe and good. Like, the boss was near death by the time the second Grand Cross came up. So this is very interesting to see. Emir says this will be easy in Dawn Trail anyway. This will probably be trivial in Dawn Trail. Assuming there isn't like another stat squish or something. There's something hilarious about just standing there, just eating the laser, just like in World of Darkness. Well done. The completion time says 33 minutes, so this would then have been like the 4th pull, I guess. Mimia says, is this fight a spoiler for a game? I think it is the final boss of a Final Fantasy game. Soon says, what will the maximum item level be in Dawn Trail? Well, we can interpolate this, because the final item level of Heavensward was 270, with relic weapons and A12S weapons being 275, and the final item level in Stormblood was 400, with the weapons being 405. In Shadowbringers it was 530, and weapons being 535. And in Endwalker it's 660, with the weapons being 665. So unless they suddenly change something drastic in like the gear progression or something, then it will probably be 790, with the weapons being 795. And you can probably expect, if you go into Dawn Trail with like a full 660 gear set, that you will start to find gear that is better than your armor by level 94 or 95. And if you're going in at 650, you will probably find better gear at level 92. So, yeah. As long as you have decent gear as you go in, you shouldn't need to worry too much about that. And as Xanadu says, a lot of the Omega fights are like references to other Final Fantasy games. Miek says Clemency is simply not needed for O4S. It very much is for O8S. I can submit that next time if you want. Just need to upload it. You can. I would appreciate it. I can't guarantee that we'll get to specifically that one next time. It depends on how much stuff people post as well and stuff. But I do want to see it. BSR says, makes me wonder if a Dark Knight could get away with soloing O4S. I think the core problem is that Dark Knight would have an extremely hard time climbing its HP back up with only Soul Eater and an Abyssal Drain every now and then. And Living Shadow you would only get like 1 or 2 uses of it in total. Living Dead, sorry, not Living Shadow, Living Dead. You would only get 2 uses of at most. But I think that a Gunbreaker would be able to do O4S solo in Endwalker. Potions, maybe? Probably not. Probably not. Because of doing it unsynced, Viek had over 200,000 HP. So these heal for 11k. I mean, you can try. I'm not saying don't bother trying. I'm just saying that my evaluation is I don't think that you can solo O4S with Dark Knight. Just as my guess. Gleaming says I didn't know what the potion caps were because I never used them. Well, the thing with potions is that they're just really underwhelming in general. So if you're max level, these potions are for max level, by the way. They're not that great. Like for a tank, they heal for like 10% of your HP. So they're not amazing, but if you're using them in lower level content, they're good. The reason why it makes them bad in like unsynced content is because the Echo gives you a massive HP boost. It also gives you a massive healing received boost, but percentage-based healing, or even healing with an upper limit, as far as I'm aware, is not affected by this bonus. Like, sure, maybe the Hyper Potion would heal for more if you had a healing bonus, but not if the cap is 11,000, and it is. So you'd heal for a very, very small amount. But it's worth trying. Like, the worst that can happen is that you discover that it can't be done, right? Fisherman says there's videos that says Blue Mage soloed O12S, although I didn't want them to confirm. Didn't watch them to confirm. What we know right now is that at least a while ago, it was possible to solo O12S Phase 2 with a normal job like Warrior. So I wonder if it's the same kind of stipulation with Blue Mage, and they forgot to add that they explicitly meant Phase 2. But I don't know. They did the door boss also. Fair enough. I have seen in the example with the Phase 2 with a normal job, they specifically bring a friend to deal with the first part. Either it says I saw Titania EX solo clear by Blue Mage. That is pretty crazy. But it isn't out of the realm of possibility, although... Wait, Titania EX solo? That would be level 80. That is insane. That is actually insane. How? Does Titania not have a deep, like, a hardened rage? How strange. Yeah, exactly, Vjek. It's by just having full HP, but the reason why it surprised me is because normally you can get petrified because he like precedes that petrification with a lot of damage. But then if you have 200 and something thousand HP, then a lot of damage is not very much. Yeah, exactly, Licky. That's why I'm wondering how a Blue Mage, which is level 80, would solo Titania Extreme, which is also level 80. Like, wouldn't you have a DPS problem there? And that is quite interesting. Right. I think we will have to save the rest for another time. Oh yeah, you are in that, Imya. Because we've already been going for like 4 hours, and I would like to give something like this its proper due. Thank you so much, Jack. I appreciate it. Thank you. Fisherman says, Titania is from the start of the expansion, so I could believe it being possible. Indeed. That's what I'm saying. I'm very surprised that it is possible. But, like, I'm not saying, no, they cheated, clearly. Like, oh yeah, if you just watch the clip, you'll see that there's actually, like gnomes in the picture that are helping with the damage, and they're hacking the servers and stuff. Yes, I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Just take my word for it. I know what I'm saying. Like, if someone, like, the ultimate proof with if I say, I don't think you can do X, if I say I don't think you can do X, then it's I haven't tested, but what I know about the game says no. The ultimate proof to that is going, here's the clip of me doing exactly that, right? Like that's why in my like test your claims videos, I generally try my best to demonstrate what I'm saying is true. Like, I go, you can test it by doing so and so. Because the ultimate way to like prove your case is by showing that it is true. Like, you can't argue with that. Like, if I can if you can show me video proof that you can, for example, you can solo 04S with a Dark Knight, then my I don't think you can is completely irrelevant. Because you already did it, right? Yeah, Gazel says I can get away with not playing White Mage until the next tea time. I mean, if you want to be sure that the advice I end up giving you is more recent in terms of your experience, then you could do that. I can quite quickly respond right now to the comment that you left on the clip, where you said, sometimes I wasn't sure which action I should use, as most of my tools just do big heals. Any tiny advice would be greatly appreciated. You also mentioned in this stream that you regularly just threw out lilies in between pulls or something like that. Like, you just spammed out lilies so they didn't sit on them. The lily thing is the correct thing to do. If you have lilies to spare and you're not in combat and you go, I don't think I need these, then just Afflatus Rapture out the window, because then you can feed the Blood Lily quickly. As Licky also says, if you don't need them, just toss them. And it's like generally White Mage advice. Just, if you don't, like, only save the lilies that you know you need when you're not in combat. The rest, out the window. in terms of your statement about all of your cooldowns are, most of them are just ways to do a lot of healing, I think I said that in a video at some point. I'm pretty sure I said that in, was it in my healer comparison video? I said something like White Mage is basically, like, all of its cooldowns are basically just a bunch of different ways of heal a lot. So, correct. That is absolutely correct. Without having seen your clip, some general advice is, for example, you want to use As Eyes on cooldown. The healing on it is irrelevant. The damage is relevant. If you really want to optimize the use of your cooldowns, use Divine Benison on the tank. If they're actively taking damage and you have the OGCD space to do it, just have that. And then in terms of how to heal a lot, the most resource efficient way to heal a lot for a White Mage in terms of maximizing your damage is if you're going to use Afflatus Rapture for healing, like you're not using it to just throw your lilies out the window, you're actually dealing with raid-wide damage here. If Plenary Indulgence is available and you know you don't need it later necessarily, like if you know you won't need it in the immediate future, like if you're going to cast Afflatus Rapture, just weave Plenary Indulgence before that, because that'll make Afflatus Rapture heal for more. And then maybe you don't need to use anything else. Alternatively, you can do the same with Temperance, but then again, you should probably use Temperance before the attack lands, because there's damage reduction on it. But both of these are options to like boost Afflatus Rapture, especially. And the reason why I'm focusing on Afflatus Rapture is because you could use Medica 2, but technically, Medica 2 is a DPS loss, so that one you only would do if you really need it. So that means because most, like, your options as a White Mage to heal your entire raid is put down Asylum, that's one option. Medica 2, that's technically an option. And then Afflatus Rapture with Plenary Indulgence or Temperance. Those are like your additions, but you don't have a way to heal everyone quickly on an OGSD. And there's nothing wrong with having used a lot of Medica 2s when we did the Tower of Paradigm's Breach Tuesday after the stream. I don't think I've used Pepsis that many times before in a single session. Like, sometimes that happens, and Tower of Paradigm's Breach is known to be brutally difficult because people don't know the fights, because they don't get it in Alliance Raid Roulette very much. Not the first-timers. So it wouldn't surprise me if you had to use Medica 2 a lot. And just to add, if you're at max level, you of course have Liturgy of the Bell, which you can use if you're expecting raid-wide damage, especially if you're expecting multiple hits. But yeah, as you said yourself, your toolkit is your healing toolkit is mainly just a lot of ways to heal a lot. And the most efficient way you can go about that is making the most of your Afflatus Rapture. That's the most effective way you can do it. But if you don't have lilies, then you have to use whatever else you have. Like that's how it goes. That makes sense. And on that note, I would like to remind you that Cure 3 exists, and it isn't as bad as it used to be. Because they increased the radius of it. Like, if you already have Medica 2's regen up, then like if you can Cure 3 everyone near you, that would be excellent. Like, that is a pretty good option if you need even more healing. But once again, when you start using Medica 2 and Cure 3, it's typically because you don't have your like more efficient options like Afflatus Rapture. And for anyone who's wondering how Afflatus Rapture is efficient, that's of course because Afflatus Misery means that it's not a DPS loss. I don't trust Cure 3, especially in Alliance raids. Fair point. Fair point. Your alternative is Medica 1. If you use Medica 2 and need more healing immediately after, then your second best option after Cure 3 would be Medica 1. Because otherwise you would just cast, like... Probably better to, like, recast Medica 2 when the heart is out, right? Yeah, as Eyes on cooldown, make the best use of your Afflatus Rapture as you can. And then your last resort after that is, you know, Medica 2, Cure 3, Medica 1, and stuff like that for raid-wide healing. And the reason why I'm very, very focused on raid-wide healing is because usually in an Alliance raid, it's not the single target healing that's lacking. I'm assuming that's not the case. But I will probably be able to give more specific advice when I watch the clip. But this is like some general tips if you want to practice some more white mage in between, Gazel. Now, if you enjoy the wonderful people that you saw in the chat, remember that there is a Discord community server that you can join where you'll find me and at least a lot of the people in the chat. You will also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening in the upcoming week. It's usually updated Sunday or Monday, and it will be updated this Sunday, of course. You can also find the announcement room where you will find the link to the newest videos, the new streams, whatever it is, it shows up there first. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role. If you do, you get a notification whenever I post all these things, and that also includes a little extra notification around 15 minutes before a time-sensitive thing like a stream starts. So if you don't want to miss a single second, you can do that. And if you did enjoy this stream, it will help me a lot if you leave a like down there on the YouTube system that tells the YouTube algorithm that, oh, this was a very nice stream and I would like other people to see it as well, and that helps me a lot. So thank you so much in advance. And I also wanted to reiterate, I mentioned this last time as well, that if you would like to support the channel in a different way, maybe you don't like using the YouTube systems, perfectly fine. I have recently opened a Ko-Fi page. It's just an alternative way to support the channel, and as usual, not expecting anyone to do it, you will get, like, all of the content on the channel is for everyone, so don't feel forced. It is simply an alternative because I know some people don't want to use the YouTube system. I think that's everything. See, yeah. We will have to do the remaining clips next time. Actually, no, there's some clips that are getting really, really old because the people that posted them haven't been in the stream for a bit. Now, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.